Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. American Man, no, it's not legendary. But what is legendary is this.
Every hill and every
Young
molehill
Galt,
in Mississippi, from every state,
I demand
every city, every village, and
your
every
thoughts
hamlet.
on this
And
new
when we let freedom ring, we will be
black
able to
man.
speed up that day for all of your children. Black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is
Oh,
liberty.
you know
Come
what
on,
this
put your
motherfucker
hands
just did?
together and give your great God great glory.
This is one of the fucking most.
Every hill and every
Young Galt,
molehill in Mississippi, from every state.
I demand
I should let that play again. Free at last. Free at last. This is well, I feel free. So I'm gonna have to clip more of this. That's a free black man. So he was going off. Oh, he was going off kilter. So thank you everyone for being here. It is truly an honor. So I have a few news stories, and we'll see where we go from there. It is truly an open panel. Kind of miss y'all. So feel free. I think the link is pinned at the top somewhere. It says something like uh, questions and answers. Just click it. It'll bring you up to the panel. I'm sure there are questions. So this is TikTok says it's coming back online after Trump vowed to halt ban. Old story, but pretty interesting nonetheless. Um, Trump actually was kind of did a flex with that. So apparently TikTok is back online, and I don't have an account, so I don't care. The more interesting story is this, and this is a good 11 minutes. It'll lead into a couple other stories. Trump and executive orders. Love it.
This news story was written by Washington Post staff. Here are the executive actions and orders Trump signed on day one. Donald Trump began issuing executive actions Monday after being sworn in as the 47th President of the United States, kicking off his second term in office at a signing desk inside Washington's Capital One Arena, with family members and allies behind him on stage, and a crowd of supporters in the audience. On the 2024 campaign trail, Trump promised to impose broad tariffs on imports, expand domestic energy production, and launch mass deportations. Trump has also long vowed to dismantle federal regulations, exact revenge on his political enemies, uproot the federal bureaucracy he has referred to as the deep state, and eliminate what he sees as government waste. There are limitations to what a president can legally do via executive action, and many of Trump's orders are expected to be challenged in court. That legal process could slow down or halt their implementation. 1. Rescinding of Biden administration actions and freezing regulations. The president, in his first executive action, rescinded 78 executive actions implemented by the Biden administration. The rescinded actions covered a wide range of topics. The targeted actions were aimed at advancing racial equity, combating gender discrimination, addressing climate change, mobilizing the federal response to the coronavirus pandemic, adding ethics requirements for political appointees, addressing the root causes of migration, lowering prescription drug costs, imposing sanctions on Israeli settlers accused of violence against Palestinians in the West Bank, and the withdrawal of offshore drilling from certain areas. Additionally, Trump rescinded President Joe Biden's 2021 order that had repealed a ban on transgender personnel serving openly in the U.S. military. Trump initially barred transgender troops from serving in the U.S. military during his first term in office. Trump subsequently issued a regulatory freeze pending an administration review. 2. Ending birthright citizenship in the United States. The U.S. government will no longer recognize the citizenship of children born in the United States to immigrants who lack legal status, according to an order Trump signed Monday. It also bars birthright citizenship for children born to people on temporary work, student, and tourist visas. The order, which is expected to face legal scrutiny, reinterprets the words, "and subject to the jurisdiction thereof," in the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which grants citizenship to nearly all people born on U.S. soil, to exclude babies born to parents illegally in the country. 3. Declaring a national emergency on the southern border and other major immigration orders. Trump declared a national emergency on the U.S.-Mexico border as part of immigration-related executive actions. He also declared in a separate order that the current situation at the southern border qualifies as an invasion. He ordered a halt to refugee admissions in the United States for at least 4 months, and said his administration would designate cartels and gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. He directed the military to make it a priority to seal the borders and end unlawful mass migration, drug trafficking, and other crimes. And he directed the armed forces to provide troops, detention space, transportation, including aircraft, and other services to boost border security. The United States will stop allowing migrants who cross the border illegally into the United States, even if they are seeking asylum, per one of Trump's directives. He also ordered the restoration of the Remain in Mexico policy, which requires migrants to await asylum hearings in Mexico. Another order allows the Attorney General to pursue the death penalty for all crimes of a severity demanding its use, including capital crimes committed by undocumented migrants. 4. Making changes to the federal workforce. The president ordered federal workers to come back to their offices. The action Trump signed directs agency heads to take all necessary steps to terminate remote work arrangements and require employees to return to work in person at their respective duty stations on a full-time basis, provided that the department and agency heads shall make exemptions they deem necessary. Trump also issued a freeze on federal hiring, with exceptions for military personnel and jobs related to immigration enforcement, national security, or public safety. He reinstated a policy that would strip employment protections from tens of thousands of federal workers. Trump stripped those protections in his first term in office, and Biden reinstated them. Another memorandum is aimed at restoring accountability for career senior executives in the federal government. The memo directs his administration to issue new performance plans for senior government officials who are not political appointees, and reassign officials to ensure they are optimally aligned to implement his agenda. A different order makes changes to the federal government's hiring plan. Trump also signed an order that calls for the elimination of government diversity programs. It includes the termination of all federal offices and positions related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as environmental justice. The order also directs his administration to review which federal contractors have provided DEI training materials to federal workers, and which federal funding grantees have been given funds to advance DEI and environmental justice. 5. Withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement. The president signed a letter to the United Nations to withdraw the United States from the Paris Climate Agreement. Trump initially withdrew the United States from the accord during his first term in office, but under Biden, the country rejoined it. 6. Ending weaponization of the federal government. A newly signed but vaguely written directive orders the U.S. Attorney General and the Director of National Intelligence to review potential misconduct within the Justice Department, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and the intelligence community that may have occurred in the last 4 years. 7. Delaying enforcement of a federal ban on TikTok. Trump ordered his administration to delay enforcing a federal ban against TikTok, giving the app's Chinese parent company more time to broker a deal with a potential American buyer. Legislation signed into law and upheld by the Supreme Court required the Chinese parent company to divest its U.S. operations or face a ban in the United States over concerns that the app poses a national security threat by potentially exposing American users to Chinese surveillance or propaganda. TikTok has said those claims are unfounded. China hawks, including some Senate Republicans, balked over the weekend at Trump's plans, saying there is no legal basis to extend the divestiture window. The president cannot unilaterally overturn a law that was passed by Congress and affirmed in court, and his plans to halt enforcement are likely to face legal scrutiny. 8. Clemency for January 6 defendants. Trump issued a presidential proclamation commuting the sentences of 14 individuals charged with crimes related to the riot at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. The proclamation also granted pardons to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. Trump also ordered the Attorney General to pursue dismissal with prejudice to the government of all pending indictments against individuals for their conduct on January 6. 9. Recognizing two sexes. Trump signed an order to officially recognize only two sexes, male and female, which would be
Not
defined
gonna
based on the
happen.
reproduction cells at conception. He directed agencies to issue government documents showing people's sex at conception, stop using gender identity or preferred pronouns, and maintain women-only spaces in prisons and shelters. The measure directs the Attorney General to write new policies concerning the 2020 Supreme Court ruling in Bostock v. Clayton County, which found sex discrimination in employment includes gender identity and sexual orientation. It also directs the Bureau of Prisons to ensure that no federal funds are expended for any medical procedure, treatment, or drug for the purpose of conforming an inmate's appearance to that of the opposite sex. The action could prompt the Education Department to punish schools that recognize gender identity, for instance by allowing transgender girls access to girls' bathrooms, locker rooms, or sports teams. It also could affect teachers who, in some districts, are told to use students' preferred names and pronouns. 10. Expanding American energy production, rolling back Biden environmental and climate regulations. In a flurry of executive actions centered on energy policy, Trump declared a national emergency to expand natural resources production, struck rules that aim to speed the transition to electric vehicles, and scrapped restrictions on the exporting of liquefied natural gas. An executive order on Alaska would support liquefied natural gas exports and the production of oil, gas, and critical minerals. Another order temporarily halted offshore wind lease sales in federal waters and paused the approval of leases, permits, and loans for both offshore and onshore wind energy projects. The order also temporarily prohibits the company Magic Valley Energy from developing the Lava Ridge Wind Project, the largest wind farm in Idaho. Though Trump has long disdained wind energy, the order is broader than many observers had expected and is certain to draw legal challenges. A memo also directed his administration to restart efforts to route more water from the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta to other parts of the state for use by the people there who desperately need a reliable water supply. When wildfires caused unprecedented destruction in California this month, Trump tried to connect dry hydrants in Los Angeles to his criticism about the state's governance of water distribution. While Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat, maintains that the state's reservoirs in Southern California were full, the longtime Trump foil launched an investigation into the loss of water pressure during the fires. 11. Withdrawing the U.S. from the World Health Organization, the president directed his administration to begin taking the steps needed to withdraw the country from the World Health Organization, the agency founded by the United Nations to promote health around the world. Trump's action Monday ordered that notification be sent to the WHO about the country's intention to withdraw, to stop paying the WHO or providing the organization's support or resources, and to reassign any U.S. government employees working there. This isn't the first time Trump has attempted to disentangle the United States from the Global Health Alliance. In his last term, He began the process to withdraw in July 2020, accusing it of being under the influence of China and of mishandling the coronavirus pandemic. But Biden reversed that effort when he became president. 12. Other directives. The president signed several other executive orders and actions, including directing members of his administration to assess several aspects of U.S. trade, including evaluating relations with Mexico, Canada, and China, investigating the causes of the U.S. trade deficit, and identifying unfair trade practices by other countries. Issuing a directive barring the censorship of American citizens' constitutionally protected speech by the federal government. The order specifically accuses the federal government of infringing on protected speech under the guise of combating misinformation. Issuing a directive aimed at addressing the cost of living crisis in the United States. Revoking any security clearances held by his former national security advisor, John Bolton, and the former intelligence officials who signed on to a letter calling the Hunter Biden laptop story Russian disinformation. Granting interim security clearances to certain personnel on a list provided by the White House counsel's office. Directing his administration to make recommendations to beautify federal civic architecture. Implementing a 90-day pause in U.S. foreign development assistance so the administration can realign aid toward Trump's foreign policy goals. Starting the process to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and reverting Denali's name to Mount McKinley, undoing a change made during the Obama administration. Establishing the Department of Government Efficiency. The order reorganizes and renames the United States Digital Service as the United States DOGE Service. Directing the Secretary of State to issue guidance, bringing the agency in line with an America First foreign policy, which puts America and its interests first. Megan Vasquez, Maria Sacchetti, Nick Miroff, Lauren Meckler, Hannah Nathanson, Cristiano Lima Strong, Evan Halper, Tony Rahm, Isaac Arnsdorf, and Jacqueline Alemany contributed to this report.
I'm actually, believe this or not, kind of glad that Trump is doing this. I don't have a problem with shaking things up. He's going to shake a tree and see what falls out, what sticks to the tree, I guess. So I want to go ahead and show this video that's embedded so you can see Mr. Trump actually do the ceremony.
The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward. Thank you.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward.
Yeah, let's rewrite the First Amendment. It wasn't done right the first time. Jesus.
And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen.
Let's get ready to rumble. That's the next executive order, right?
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Tosses those just like a paper towel in Puerto Rico. I love it. Let's see. Now, next story. 22 states sue to stop this. Let's see. I bet that. Yeah, birthright citizenship is going to be a hard one. Um, so it'll be pretty much liberal or so states. So it's to be expected, but they have the Constitution on their side. Let's see if executive orders trump, pun intended, the Constitution. Yes, Richard, I have that lined up. Uh, and it won't be a lot of Be Brave stuff. I'm not going to get too deep into the weeds. I have been counseled against, taking that too seriously. So there are going to be lawsuits. Trump's going to lose some. Probably the posse comitatus declaring the emergency at the southern border. That's actually probably the most interesting. Can he do it? Can he redefine invasion? These people aren't coming with weapons. But, who knows? Coast Guard Commandant, who is a woman, I did not know that. She's been fired um, for very interesting reasons. But you know what? No one would be surprised. Um, let's see. Something in their statement offered a long list of reasons for Admiral Fagan's removal, from office. It called failure to address border security threats. Um, let's see. Claimed she had an excessive focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, and accused her of failing to adequately address systemic issues related to sexual harassment at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy in New London, Connecticut. So, a woman commandant. By the way, the Coast Guard is actually an interesting service, more law enforcement than military, but it gets battered back and forth. So, woman commandant of the Coast Guard removed first day in office. Trump is efficient. He is doing a good job. Next, Doge revamp empowers Musk as friction spur Ramaswamy's exit. So Vivek has been removed. A deep philosophical rift between the two billionaire leaders of the Department of Government Efficiency left Musk to run the group. Good luck, y'all. This is worth listening to.
This news story was written by Faiz Siddiqui, Elizabeth Dwoskin, and Jeff Stein. Doge revamp empowers Musk as frictions spur Ramaswamy's exit. A deep philosophical rift between the two billionaire leaders of the Department of Government Efficiency left Musk to run the group. President Donald Trump's order establishing the Department of Government
They
Efficiency
put
aims
that
to give
darky
billionaire
in
Elon
his
Musk's
place,
team sweeping
apparently.
access to operations at federal agencies. Revamping its structure after competing visions left one of its leaders seeking an exit. The new structure, which has Doge taking over the U.S. Digital Service, part of the executive office of the president, emerged after months of behind-the-scenes maneuvering between Musk and fellow billionaire entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, the Doge co-leader who will depart to run for governor of Ohio. Deep
Hmm
philosophical differences over how the
He's
panel
going to
should
lose
operate
that.
helped spur Ramaswamy to leave, according to more than a half-dozen people with knowledge of the situation, many of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe private conversations. The revamped project spurred speculation that Trump and Musk had reduced their lofty ambitions for Doge, which initially promised to comb through the whole federal bureaucracy, searching for deep cuts. But some of the people said Doge is still poised to exert crucial influence in the new administration, in part because it could grant Musk far greater insight and control over federal operations from within the White House. Some Trump allies have even grown concerned about the extent of privileged government information that Musk could have access to under the new arrangement. The Doge co-leaders laid out their original vision in a joint November op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, written by Ramaswamy, that specified three major kinds of reform: regulatory rescissions, administrative reductions, and cost savings. The piece was a roadmap to using the courts and policy measures to dismantle the administrative state. By contrast, the executive order announced Monday embodied Musk's vision, focused heavily on technology, and an effort to change the government from within that was at the heart of the philosophical rift between them. Trump's Day One actions Monday did not include executive orders that had been drafted by Ramaswamy's team within Doge. Musk and a representative for Ramaswamy did not immediately respond to a request for comment, nor did a Doge official. In his new role, Musk appears to have vast access to the inner workings of government that far exceeds the plan as initially conceived. The Doge leader, also the chief executive of one company that has won billions of dollars in federal contracts, and others that have faced significant federal scrutiny, will be able to deploy a team of hand-picked software engineers to every government agency, where under Trump's executive order, they will be granted full and prompt access to all unclassified agency records, software systems, and IT systems. Musk already has a White House email address, according to Bloomberg News. Armed with sensitive data, Musk could draw on expertise gathered from his business empire, including deploying artificial intelligence, to achieve his aims, people familiar with the matter said. Musk has suggested the Doge effort is necessary to rein in the U.S. government, which he has characterized as essential for bringing human civilization to another planet through space exploration. That's also the goal he has set for SpaceX, the rocket building company he
We
leads.
need to go.
We're going to take Doge to Mars, Musk said during an Inauguration Day speech on Monday.
We need to
I mean,
go
can
to
you
another
imagine how
planet.
awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Turning the U.S. digital service into Doge's base aligns with Musk's goals. The White House office, created under President Barack Obama,
Musk has
specifically to be
goals.
nimble after tech failures crashed the
A
website for the launch of the Affordable Care
non-elected
Act's health
man
exchanges, is not subject to the
has
typical cumbersome
goals
rules for
that
hiring across the
should
federal
be
government, and it's also
heeded.
exempt from the federal hiring freeze Trump announced Monday, said Jennifer Palka, who founded the digital service in 2014. Trump's order renamed the office the U.S. Doge Service. It's a very convenient vehicle for them,
The
Palka said.
Doge
If you were
service.
trying to do something ambitious across the government, USDS is a
Nothing
good
if
place to
not
do it
creative.
from. But the developments also reflect a remarkable change in the working relationship between Ramaswamy and Musk, who had been feted just weeks ago by the conservative movement as among Trump world's brightest stars. At MAGA celebrations throughout Washington over the weekend, supporters of the president quietly mused on the split between the two men who had seemed so aligned. Though the Doge leaders remain on good terms and were seen socializing together around the inauguration, their differences in approach had been apparent behind closed doors, said one of the people. At first, Ramaswamy and Musk seemed to be operating in two distinct but mutually beneficial domains. Within days of their appointment, the executives arrived at an understanding. Musk
Gonna have to mention one thing that I learned in the Navy decades ago now. You cannot have co-leaders. There can be only one, and that Trump or whoever the hell approved this. There can only be one powerful man, one head that has power. There can be a deputy. Co-leaders should basically be an oxymoron.
would be pointed at technology and spending, Ramaswamy at regulations and the administrative state. Each communicated through their respective deputies, investor Brad Smith for Ramaswamy and Steve Davis, president of Musk's tunneling firm, The Boring Company, for Musk. Ramaswamy's team steered clear of any lanes that Musk had made clear in his frequent posts on X, the social media site he owns, were areas of focus for him, one of the people familiar with the operations said. With a rough division of labor established, the Doge co-heads set their sights on making Washington more efficient. Doge amassed enormous interest, receiving tens of thousands of applications after an online call-out for candidates. Tensions soon emerged, though, that paved the way for the eventual split. The men shared a radical vision for shrinking the government, but their strategies for reaching it diverged and were ultimately incompatible. Ramaswamy approached Doge from a constitutional perspective, exploring which agencies could be shut down without requiring congressional action, taking aim at the budgeting process within different agencies, and examining legal pathways to strip regulations. He had conceived of Doge as a non-governmental body, almost akin to a think tank, that would push for major changes that could be codified by law. Musk wasn't interested in those processes, preferring to do things from a technology-first perspective, using the power of technology and data mining to achieve Doge's aims, one of the people familiar with the group said. These were competing visions, the person said. Musk became increasingly convinced that Doge should operate as a small team within the government, where it could get access to highly sensitive information and avoid lawsuits attempting to force disclosure of its meetings and minutes, several of which were indeed filed immediately after Trump was sworn in Monday. The teams each man led were also vastly different in structure and scope. Musk scouted his business empire for talent and established SpaceX's Washington offices as a command center, where dozens of people worked on Doge initiatives. Musk has been drawing on business resources to achieve his new government-focused aims. In a 2:24 a.m. post Tuesday, for example, one of his trusted security engineering deputies at X and SpaceX wrote, "An insane first day in D.C., just now leaving work, more to come." Ramaswamy, meanwhile, maintained a sparse team of advisors and staff members who operated from his home state of Ohio, many of whom had worked on his 2024 GOP presidential campaign or at his personal office, largely reporting to him on an ad hoc basis without a set schedule. What Ramaswamy's team lacked in resources, it attempted to overcome through operational know-how, gathering expertise on how to maneuver in support of its aims in Washington, and a rigorous understanding of its legal and policy obstacles. Ramaswamy's team initially probed policy areas from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to a Supreme Court precedent known as the Chevron Doctrine, examining the administrative state and how to pare it back. That quiet, meticulous work soon brushed up against the power of Musk's massive online megaphone. Go on Elon's Twitter and search the word spending and see how many tweets you get in the last 6 months, said James Fishback, a Ramaswamy confidant who is head of macro at Azoria, an investment firm. Then search the words Chevron Doctrine. It's very clear by what they're both posting what their priorities are. Tensions were further exacerbated by a controversy that spilled into public view on X. Soon after Musk and Ramaswamy helped whittle down a government spending bill in December, Ramaswamy ignited a furor among some members of Trump's coalition, including some of Musk's followers, with a long post on meritocracy. Both Musk and Ramaswamy were involved in publicly defending a visa program for skilled workers, a position that rankled some Trump allies. Ramaswamy received the lion's share of Trump supporters' ire over the issue, particularly after he posted, "Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long," in a statement that was seen by some on the right as attacking everyday Americans. Stephen K. Bannon, Trump's former chief strategist, and other influential officials in the megasphere slammed Ramaswamy, with scores of social media accounts posting racist images about his Indian heritage. There were also questions about whether Musk and Ramaswamy were really co-leaders. Within Doge, Ramaswamy was Musk's equal, but in name only. Ramaswamy visited the SpaceX offices that hosted Doge staff members on multiple occasions, but, unlike Musk, he didn't have the power to direct their work. "I don't think Vivek would have signed up under any sense on paper he wouldn't be co-lead," said one person with knowledge of Doge's structure. All the assurances were they were going to be co-equal leaders. But that arrangement, the person said, was probably doomed from the jump. Over time, Musk, with a singular focus on technology, lost interest in Ramaswamy's contributions. Ramaswamy began to explore the idea of leaving Doge early to launch his long-standing plan of running for governor of Ohio. Trump threw a curveball into the mix, with a sudden personal appeal for Ramaswamy to seek appointment to fill Vice President J.D. Vance's Senate seat in Ohio, the Washington Post previously reported. "They've been wanting Vivek to step aside so Elon could have more control," one person briefed on the matter said. "There was tension, and then they had an out and kind of took the out." Once Trump decided to house Doge within the government, Ramaswamy hastened his decision to leave. One of the people said, "It would have been legally complicated for him to run for governor without departing, because federal employees are barred from running in partisan elections." Musk supported the decision too, people said. The Tesla CEO was aware of Ramaswamy's political ambitions and opposed to the idea that Doge might be used as a campaign platform. He is expected to publicly support Ramaswamy's candidacy. Still, Ramaswamy's departure has had other effects. Draft executive orders favored by Musk were implemented, and those put forward by Ramaswamy's team that Musk had ignored in recent weeks are unlikely to be issued, according to a person familiar with the matter. Some longtime budget experts say it's hard to interpret the revamped Doge structure as anything but a recognition that the tech executives' sprawling initial ambition crashed into the reality of Washington inertia. There's no way it's not a step down. The language includes an explicit statement that they are not to do OMB's job, not to do budgetary things, and they had been talking about cutting trillions of dollars from the federal budget, said Doug Holtz-Eakin, president of the American Action Forum, a center-right think tank. There's no question this is, at least on paper, a real narrowing of their mandate. How it actually works out, I just don't know. Others caution that Doge's responsibilities could still be substantial. Mina Xiang, an engineer who was until recently the administrator at the Digital Service, said that revamping government technology systems can pave the way for changes to regulations, spending, and other federal functions. Housing Doge at the Digital Service could help give it a major imprint across dozens of federal agencies and potentially hundreds of programs. A lot of what we experience as government inefficiency comes from poorly designed and integrated tech systems and the policies that force them to be that way, Xiang said. So there are tremendous opportunities here. It still has the potential to be a very real thing.
Um, Oddly enough, being efficient in government, setting up an agency to do it, actually, in my opinion, is a good idea. Having the biggest government contractor possibly in history run it is a bad look. Um, and I'm gonna go on a very weird support of Ramaswamy. Ramaswamy is actually kind of, I basically think he is a clown. However, I understand how he was trained. Believe it or not, um, there are similarities in our education. Um, um, I think Elon Musk is a problem. I think Trump is a problem. I think they just, I think they're both un-American. Um, and I can develop that argument as we go, but these guys, Trump is anti-American. He does not honor the Constitution, and Elon Musk wasn't raised to um, honor the U.S. Constitution, and it's going to be a problem. Y'all will see. I've already had a chance to say I told you so. This Doge idea, it's an unhatched egg, half thought out, etc. But I will get to see what happens. So the next thing is actually this is kind of for Richard, believe it or not. I hope I got this clip right. I bet I did not. Damn it. But we got to play it again.
From every hill and every
John Galt,
molehill in Mississippi, from every state,
I demand
every city, every village, and
your
every
thoughts on
hamlet.
this
And
new
when we let freedom ring, we will be
black
able to
man.
speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe what the Spirit of the Lord is, there is
Oh,
liberty.
you know
Come
what
on,
this
put your
motherfucker
hands
just did?
together and give your great God great glory.
This is one of the fucking most.
Every hill and every
John,
mountain.
I'm gonna get so much joy out of this. Hey, Richard, I didn't get to do the snow-capped mountains of Colorado. I will add that as a second clip. This dude, um, he's John Galt, and he is Be Brave. He's a Be Brave Black. That's what I'm gonna name this clip. A Be Brave Black. And we'll see what happens. Next is a clip, um, and we're gonna play a little bit of this because there are a couple points that I need to deal with. Be Brave and John are basically wrong, and I don't generally like snipe. And wish John. I'll text John, see if he can come up because there is. most of what they say is just so noxious that it surprised even me. Hey, Eclectic, you found me.
Have never lost control.
I was hiding from you, Eclectic.
They didn't. How in the fuck? Stanley's back up here under another name? Is that Stanley?
Stanley found a way. Stanley found a way. Be brave is afraid.
Maybe he's just saying goodbye to Richard. That's pathetic.
Richard,
Folks,
saying
you
goodbye to
got to
you
get a
is
kick out of
pathetic.
that, though. I know you guys don't like me to get rid of so many people. But again, what I do is I bring things out of people. Look at how many people have come up here wanting to be in this chat or on this stream that have previously thought of me as a piece of shit. That is a social commentary in and of itself, that we got fucking problems, folks. We got a lot of fucking problems. When some of the most capable of discussing things want to act like fucking, want to treat somebody like shit, and then want to come up and talk to that person that they treated like shit. Like what doesn't sink in about just basic, decent human interaction? I don't care if you think I'm a piece of shit. Hell, I'm telling you, you had to see it. Man, there were 10 people 6-7 months ago trying to make me out to be a fucking queer. I mean, at every turn. It didn't bother me. All I said is I don't want to talk to you any further. When I wouldn't let them on my reacts, I said, I don't want to talk to you. You just called me a fucking queer. I'm not even mad at you. Hell, I feel sorry for you. That you're so stupid that you can insult somebody to that degree and then still want to talk to them. It's amazing. So Stanley's up. Is that Stanley, you think, or is he up under another name? Was it left the cross off? So I can't stop him from being up here?
Yep.
That's pathetic.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
Folks, now I've had my say on Stanley. Do you think you'll ever see me in his chat? Do you think you'll ever see me trying to get on his show? I'll go up there with John Galt on John Galt's show when
Yeah, let's start with that point. I'll go up on John Galt's show because John Galt isn't going to ask you questions. John Galt is going to agree with you. Mr. Brave, dude, you're simply not right. You're not right in the head. You treat people, dude. Bottom line is you got your history wrong. There are so many inadequacies with your logic. I appreciate that you're sure of yourself. You have to be sure of yourself to be this level.
Stanley ain't around. By the way, I went up one time with John Galt, and Stanley came up and.
Oh, I went up on John Galt. Now, see what this motherfucker says. I went up on the show just to see what he would do.
Therefore, I had to shut up about race because I didn't. But in
Be brave. You don't have to shut up about race. What you have to be prepared to do is when I challenge you with your dumb ass ideas on race, you have to be prepared to defend them. Motherfucker, we can talk about race every time you come up. Come up anytime, anywhere. But you have to be able to not mu- the reason I didn't come up on your show today, sir, is I'm not Ryan. Okay. I'm not that amused with your dumbassery. You treat me like Ryan. That's probably how you treat a lot of people. Don't do that. Defend your ideas and don't just fuck up that way. Read a book, be brave.
the future, yeah, I'll go up on John Galt's show. But you'll never
I'll
see
go
me on
up on
Stanley
John
Show
Galt's
again.
show
Hell,
because
I probably will stop looking
he
for
won't
clues.
mock me. John Galt will agree.
And here is John Galt.
What's up, Brad? I got a few minutes. I said, let me jump up here and see what you're talking about, Brad. I lost my connection early. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I got your
He's my
John, I
daddy.
think, did you send me a video this morning?
Shit, I can't remember, Brad.
Well, I tell you what, I got it, and it took me a while to find it because actually I had to figure out how to
And
get to it because
Eclectic,
it's not a normal process on this new phone. But I did see it. I think you sent me the one,
Eclectic
the audio.
makes a great point. John is a businessman. Oh, you know what? What business is John in, Eclectic? You know what? People of your intelligence, Eclectic, see businessman or billionaire or Ivy League or any of that shit. And apparently, Eclectic, you get impressed by that shit. I don't. I was raised to see flaws where they are, regardless of the education, the business, the whatever, the eminence front, or the bullshit that people will serve you.
Of the 50-year-old losing his fucking mind about not being able to tell anybody what to do. I got to use that in the future, man. No,
I'm not a con
so
man. I don't like stupid people.
Describing it. This is a 50-year-old man who dresses fairly well, and
if
to see
you
him on the
think
street,
you're
you would think
gonna
he's an okay dude, right?
corn bomb or
well, this is
whatever it is
another
you
one,
do,
there
one
are
line at
many
a
more to
time,
go, bro.
I'll fucking ban you from the channel just for the fun of it.
This is a pedophile here, bro.
So
yeah, okay.
behave,
well, then he's a weirdo.
Eclectic.
Anytime you got one, send it
Mind
to
your
me because
P's and
I'll tell you what,
Q's.
I'm gonna be using them, John. I don't care. 70% of black people are fucked up in the head.
70% of black people. Huh?
Normal.
Yeah, that's what I thought you
Now
said.
this is where
normal,
John agrees.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Brave. Like if I had
pedophiles hide themselves real well. That's why they got to fucking have them sites, and that's why the police follow them around because of how well they hide themselves.
Well, what I'm saying, Brave, like I had a stopped up toilet. You know, I told you I had a stopped up toilet the other day, Brave. I tell you, I used this.
Now this is where these folks discuss plumbing. High level conversations.
Single ply toilet paper, right?
Yeah.
To prevent stopped up toilet, yet they stopped it up anyway, and he unstopped it too.
And I'm gonna have to make a comment here, and I've said this to John before, that you decide to run a business with folks who can't figure out how to use a toilet. That's your decision. Now, I understand talking about it on YouTube is fine and great. The mistake that I find, or the thing I find objectionable, is all black people don't live in John Galt's building. That you think all black people do, I'll take a little bit of umbrage at that. Motherfucker, some of us don't live in a building and have to use John Galt's toilet. Most black people don't actually.
To his credit.
But he's the one that unstopped it. So he's got a responsible streak in him. Now he's the one that wants to play music on a Saturday morning to disrupt the whole house, though.
Well,
this gets funnier, believe it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a disconnect. It's like whatever sinks into their little puny fucking brains is all that matters.
It cancels out, bro. And so my business partners, one of my business partners, my lovely lady Lisa, and I tell you, Brave, she lives, in a white neighborhood, Brave, right? There no
yeah. Right? John, you're the only one I know that don't.
And so, Brave, what's interesting is when I sent her the video, she couldn't believe that blacks act like that. She couldn't believe it, right? She thought
She couldn't believe blacks act like that. She only thought that blacks couldn't. This is just fucking crazy. This is anti-black. This is racism. This is what racism does to your kids, folks. They produce this conversation. They produce this kind of education.
maybe I had said something to him beyond, hey, can you cut the music down? She just dumbfounded it. Like he would go off like that, right? But then I have another partner. She's really ghetto, of the ghetto mindset, and she understands how these people act, and so it's nothing to her. But again, my business partner, Brady, like it's eye opening for her to see how these blacks act. It's really eye opening. She's never.
It's eye opening for a lot of people, John, because I'm guaranteeing you, I know damn well I got my 70% figure right on blacks who are out of their fucking minds in this culture and they're dragging us down. But
No, be brave. Your 70% is something you pulled out of John Galt's toilet. Bottom line is what you don't realize is that sometimes I know Be Brave doesn't know a lot of black people. I'm wondering if John Galt doesn't know a lot of black people. I honestly think that neither of them do.
I didn't know that this is like how serious it was among adults. I mean, the things that you got on tape is like, Jesus Christ, man. They're gone. They're goners, man. We've raised them like children. The white race has raised them like children. They're goners.
Brave, did you see that toilet?
Yes.
Did you see that toilet?
Why don't you show it, Brave?
Well, I showed it yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to give y'all a little bit of a backstory. I kinda saw that toilet, but it was like this motherfucker, I don't need to see toilets. Who takes pictures of shitty toilets and sends them out to show on YouTube? That is, sorry folks, that is weird. I'm sorry. It gets weirder.
On it, and I couldn't enlarge it either, which pissed me off. And I couldn't because I tried to, do the enlargement, the pinch or the enlargement. So whatever you sent me was just on that small little format. But yeah, I showed it yesterday.
It's something to behold, isn't it, Brady?
It's like who can use the toilet like that? It's like, who can use a toilet like that? It amazes.
Motherfucker, these two motherfuckers are talking about a toilet that was misused and making a whole show about it. I'm sorry. There are people who misuse toilets in the ghetto. Welcome to America. Welcome to the ghetto. The fuck? It's weird. Oh, and by the way, anyone who is into, clip this motherfucker, send it to Be Brave, whatever you need to do. I will Be Brave. It's weird. You get mad when I talk about shitting on your logic, but you have a toilet fantasy. It's like this motherfucker will get mad at me for saying shit, and he's fascinated in showing videos of a goddamn dirty toilet. This is incredible.
If I lived there and somebody did that to the toilet, I would have to clean it, even if it pissed me off cleaning it.
I would have to clean it.
I would have to. It's like, I'm not using that like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And you say you got disinfectant laying around, so somebody can clean it.
These
and
motherfuckers
spray
are
it down.
crazy.
It's like, okay, for that, you may have it. You can clean a toilet pretty good in
It's toilet science, folks.
time it. 2 minutes.
It's
At least
toilet
get it respectful.
science.
Yes, you can get it. You can get it usable. Yeah, you're not going to get the.
It's a
lime out,
whole
nothing like that. You're going to have to do lime away and all
conversation
kinds of
about
shit as far as the
blacks
bowl.
and cleaning
But you can get
toilets.
you can get the rim, the inside rim, the toilet seat
Lifted.
or if there's
Oh, wait,
something on
hold
the
it.
back, the lid, because somebody's.
Be Brave says somewhere in this video that he is a philosopher. So he is obviously preaching the moral philosophy of keeping a clean toilet. Keeping a clean toilet is morality. This is twisted. This is silly. And this is laughable. Two motherfucking grown men.
So nasty they got shit on the lid. You can clean all that up in 2 minutes.
Shit on the lid. Moral philosophy.
You can. It's not like it's
look
an hour
forward
job.
to that
It's not like
paper.
it's something that is just, really you with some paper towel and water and disinfectant, you can have that bowl shining for use. Time it. I'll race a clock. 2 minutes at the most. 2 minutes.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, I agree with you, Brady.
So I don't know. As I always say, yeah. And anytime you send me something, I always check.
Richard, you need to understand that this is nothing I would not say to John or Be Brave. As a matter of fact, I hope they come up so I can mock them. Be Brave does not like to be mocked. And I suspect, and I've been told, that I mock his stupid bullshit, and that's why he gets so persnickety, to use a word. There is nothing I'm saying now that I would not say on the panel. If anyone has Be Brave's email, tell him I'm shitting on him. Invite him up. It would just make it better because he'd probably say something stupid. And John, um, John has a good sense of humor. Again, um, I have respect for John at least.
Check it out, even if I'm not there to receive it immediately. I have to. You're making my case for me, John. 70%ers are out of their fucking minds, man.
Hey, they're making their case for you, right?
Well, they are. Yeah. In other words, John's just telling the truth, and they're what they're.
Richard, it was the way we got struck was a little bit weird. I am learning about YouTube, and I think so is John. Apparently, you have to be there are errors, there are warnings you get on the YouTube side that you don't see on StreamYard. So it was an honest, I would say it's a comedy of errors, but unfortunately, I was part of it, and I might have to. It was a weird strike, So I'll leave it at that. We'll be back on Friday, and I'm going back to my overnight slot if I'm invited back. Because, overnight I get to kind of just do what I want. Um, Explore weird topics. I can kind of be myself. I'm not going to give up this channel though. Y'all don't know how much I enjoy just bullshitting with y'all. So, and I got Portia and and Virgo and my lovely San Jose. This is the best way to spend the night, just bullshitting around and drinking beer, enjoying myself. What the hell? Couldn't be better. And it's kind of cold down here in Georgia. It's going to get down to 11 degrees tonight. So it's going to be a challenge, but it will be okay.
Doing is what they're doing. Ain't no sense in an old man hollering on a Saturday morning about can't tell him what to do about music, or a transgender talking about can't pull hair up off the goddamn brain, even if it's not. This shit that's fucking weird shit.
Oh, Portia, of course I
It's
will.
weird stuff. It's not good.
Yeah, that shit was amazing. Brave, when I went
Oh,
by
it's
there this
gonna get
morning, the
good.
toilet was still the way it was.
People using it too, right?
I guess, Brave.
God damn, man. How in the fuck do you use it? I mean, what do you do? Hover over it and then just make it even messier because you're missing or something? Or Jesus Christ almighty.
They might piss in the tub. That's what my thoughts are. They probably piss in the tub.
Jesus
Piss in the tub.
That's my thought.
All
They
black
probably piss in the
people
tub, man.
will
Jesus, good God
have
almighty.
the urge
Well,
to
if
piss
somebody
in
was
the
pissing in the
tub.
tub regularly, because that's you can. That's why you don't let piss set in the toilet either. That urine will drop
Oh, no,
down and
no, no. Now, here is the toilet
it'll
engineer.
leave a small
I
film.
hope American
Yeah,
Man is still
yeah,
here.
yeah.
American Man, are you still here? Piss. Be Brave is your rival in knowing about plumbing fixtures, for damn sure. And by the way, I have to take a quick break. Everyone in the chat, please hit the like, and if you're new, like and uh, share, subscribe. I must also ask you to, there's a crawl here at the bottom. Portia, um, and actually, San Jose, why put your Cash App in the chat as well. Uh, Portia, and San Jose, the two ladies who helped me out with my silliness. Please make sure that you think about them and hit them up with a Cash App. It's not going to hurt their feelings. So let us respect the moderators in the chat. So hit them up, please. They are lovely ladies and dear friends of mine.
In a tub, it will do that. So I mean, if somebody's doing it regularly, it's like Jesus Christ. Or the sink. Who knows? They're pissing in the sink.
Pissing in the sink.
See, that's another thing that pisses me off about many of us bottom feeders, John. We don't mind being bottom feeders if the other bottom feeders just act,
no,
have some
let's
class.
stop this.
Mm-hmm.
You don't mind being bottom feeders? Where the fuck is the meritocracy? I thought America was supposed to be a meritocracy. You don't mind being a bottom feeder? That sounds like a goddamn choice. You choose to be a bottom feeder? Be brave. You're not being brave if you choose the easy path. Where the fuck is your Daniel Boone spirit?
That's all I ask as a bottom feeder, as the 2-bit loser. Just what?
This is
Look, I
fucking
know I got class.
ridiculous.
I know I'm civil. I know I'm a classy motherfucker. Because you're a bottom feeder doesn't mean you got to be a fucking animal.
Yeah,
Jesus
okay,
Christ.
Richard.
You think
Damn it,
Stanley thinks
Richard.
you have class, Brave?
No, you don't
No,
think I've
I,
got any class.
this is no. I gotta rewind
Stanley
this
feels
a bit.
sorry for me. I don't think I've got bottom feeder doesn't mean I know I'm civil.
This
I
is the
know I'm a
best
classy
part.
motherfucker. Because you're a bottom feeder
And
doesn't mean you
Richard, I
got to be
will
a
play
fucking
that clip.
animal. Jesus Christ.
You think Stanley thinks you have class, Brave?
No, you don't think I've got any class. Stanley
Got that
feels
right.
sorry for me. I think he feels more sorry for me
I
than
do
he's
not
insulted
feel
me.
sorry for you,
You
Brave.
know, no, I don't. I think he feels sorry for me. He may think
No, I
I'm a
don't.
no good for nothing piece of human
Nope, I
nonsense,
don't
but you know,
care
nah,
what you are.
I don't think he. I don't think he thinks I got any
That
class.
I give a
Never
shit.
mind. Never mind all the issues that I talk about in such,
You
in
talk
such
about
kind of
no
interesting
issues
manners
that are
and
worth me
perspectives that I
dealing
have.
with.
No, and you got to have a little bit of thinking capabilities to bring up with this
You
type of
don't have
perspective. So if you make
capabilities,
observations
Brave,
and pull
except
off
the
of it
gift
what you
of
will, there's no
Blarney.
class here. I'm just old. But you know what? It just ain't Stanley. John, over the years,
Yo,
when I
hold,
first
hold, hold on for a second, Brave. I gotta take a call. Give me
go
one
ahead.
second.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, as you can see, folks, Stanley's back in my chat. I'm not going to chase him around with any
Yep,
goddamn fucking
I got back because I wasn't done
if he
mocking.
changes his goddamn
Yep,
whatever the
wasn't
avatar
allowed
or
to do.
whatever. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how you people. I don't know why anybody would want to. I'm serious, folks. If I thought that little of somebody, I'd pity him. I'd pity him and I'd say, no, I don't need to. I don't want to talk to you. I feel sorry for you. A lot of times, me and Ryan, when we get it on, I pity Ryan and people like him for their official version that they're trapped in it.
Jesus
They're fucking
Christ.
trapped. But even with that, I wouldn't go if Ryan had a stream. Are you back, John, or yet?
I need me some
If
John.
Ryan had a stream, I would never go over to Ryan's stream and try to convince him of the reality of a global corporate machine. I never would.
Yeah, let's
God is my
talk
witness.
about this global corporate machine. You know what, Richard, I have two accounts, and I'm not your level of internet savvy. But here's the deal. I want to play this back a little bit.
Are you back, John, or yet? Okay. If Ryan had a stream, I would never go over to Ryan's stream and try to convince him of the reality of a global corporate machine. I never would. I wouldn't. God is my witness. I'm not like that. If somebody just simply doesn't want to talk about something, I'm not going to go on their stream and say that. It's
Okay. I think somewhere in there he's talking about me. I hopped onto a second account. It wasn't that I wanted to hear what Be Brave and John were talking about per se. I was in the middle of mocking this bullshit that they spout. I enjoy mocking stupidity. And Be Brave, I don't mind talking about race. You have all of a sudden and very wisely understood that when you come up on my goddamn panel and you start spouting your bullshit, I'm going to hold you accountable for your bullshit. If you spout bullshit, I'm going to call it bullshit. That's actually what you don't like. You don't like hard questions. You want to feel comfortable with your half baked, half ass, like I'm a bottom feeder, therefore I think all black people are bottom feeders, therefore I know them. That's what you do. And the problem, John, is I have no clue sometimes what you're doing. Um, Tolerating fools is accepting fools, in my opinion. I don't suffer fools gladly, and I tolerated too much. There's an argument that I just let be brave and went back to his chat and all that. But as long as Be Brave doesn't fucking come up to my channel and talk bullshit, we can talk about something else. But I invite Be Brave to come up and talk about race, but I'm going to beat him over the head with facts. He doesn't know them, he imagines them, and half the time there's going to be a segment in here where he talks about reading books. Well, I don't need to read a book. I just see the facts. This motherfucker thinks that if he sees it, it's everybody's reality. That is the essence of dumb.
It's like, it's okay. I would wait for Ryan. If Ryan had a stream, there's maybe many other issues, but for the most part, I probably wouldn't be over there because Ryan is so official version. And I'm going, wait a minute, why do I want to go?
Richard, that's not going to happen. He knows it's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen. I think everyone knows it's not going to happen. The problem these motherfuckers and most motherfuckers in these conservative, black conservative spaces and just conservative spaces in general, and I have a huge problem with it. Civil conversation is you let someone spout their dumb idea out. It could be half an hour, several paragraphs of dumbness. Oh, excuse me. I have to take a sip of water here because I've talked too long. Sorry. If you spout a sentence of dumbness, it needs to be challenged. That you get your whole thought out, that doesn't. High school debate is high school debate. College debate is college debate. I'm not in college. I graduated from one. No. One sentence that's dumb, I'm going to challenge you. I might interrupt you. I might mock the dumbass sentence. You better motherfucking keep up. If you can't keep up, if you didn't have a whole thought, then fuck you. I don't do debate boy bullshit. If you're fucked up, I'm going to let you know as soon as I hear the fucked upness. Fuck you if you don't like it.
Over there and try to convince him of his errors of his thinking when it's his stream. That's just the way I am. I'm telling you, I'm obsessive compulsive with the golden rule, folks.
And I'm
I am. I always have been.
obsessive compulsive with
I
not
will treat other
tolerating
people the way I expect to
stupidity.
be treated. And, you know,
I will treat
of
you
course, I would
like
rather
you
too in
talk.
the private chat. Oh yeah, the private chat. Let me see what's in here. I have never looked in on it. Let's see what we can do with the private. Oh, Renato, bring me up. Well,
Be Brave wants to be treated like what he has to say is worth hearing. No, sir. If you come up on my panel, you're more than welcome. But as soon as you start spouting bullshit, I'm going to interrupt you. Fuck you if you don't like it. Notice he doesn't let me up on his panels because he knows I'm not going to respect. Basically, Be Brave wants an ignorance pass. He can say something ignorant, and apparently because he is Be Brave, and I could go farther, but I'll just stop. Because he's Be Brave, he thinks it's a Be Brave pass. No, motherfucker, if you say something ignorant, you will be called on it. If I can't do it on your panel and you're too afraid to come up to my panel, I'm okay with that. I will still mock the ignorance. You're a whole white man and you couldn't fucking get an education. That's your problem, not mine. I'm not going to have sympathy.
Ryan, no, okay, Ryan, that was a long time ago. And then, okay, oh, I see. Oh, I got you. Okay, private chat comments. That was way back. I got to look for that private chat. I got to learn to do that. It had a little flag that says there's two of them in there. That must mean there's two comments in there. And Stanley says he's mocking my dysfunction. You see, again, that's
mocking
because I'm a moral
dysfunction.
philosopher.
That's what I goddamn do. I mock dysfunction, especially when it's voluntary misfunction. Now, this is the part where he comes into he's a moral philosopher. Motherfucker, that's like the dumbest shit. Moral philosopher, huh?
Function. You see, again, that's because I'm a moral philosopher. I'm not going to go over to Ryan's stream and mock him on his childish views of the world. See, that's the
moral
that proves
philosopher.
That people think I'm a piece of shit.
Listen to him being all
it's
moral
like, I don't want to
and
mock
shit.
anybody. If somebody wants to get it on, I'm game. But no, I'm not going to mock people. I don't do that. I am seriously. We all are born moral philosophers. I have just taken it serious in my life, folks. You know, ask me any goddamn question. Anybody can ask me any goddamn question on right and wrong, and I'll guarantee you, I'll get you to damn.
Ask me any goddamn question, but just don't interrupt me when I come up to your channel. Motherfucker, how weak is that?
The best answer you can get out of anybody on this fucking planet. Anything a person wants to know.
The whole
if there
planet
were more people in the chat,
thinks Be Brave is smart.
Banned so many of them, but as the chat grows a little bit, you see Bay Girl asking me all manner of questions. I'm open. Ask me any goddamn thing you want, John. Anytime, jump in.
I'm here, Be Brave. I'm back.
Oh, all right, yeah. I don't mock people. If Ryan was over there, I wouldn't go to his stream and try to convince or mock him over his childish view of the world. Him and I have agreed. One of us is a damn fool. That's how two men do it. I would not continue with that.
This one of us is a damn fool bullshit is one of the things I don't fall for. It's his little fucking Reader's Digest. How do you be a debate boy articles? Motherfucker, you're the damn fool if you bring up who's a fool. Don't involve me in that little asshole debate tactic. You're the fool. Jesus fucking Christ.
It wouldn't interest me. But people, because of my standing, John, they look at this what they think is a shack.
Brave, hold on. I got a white woman that may want to live around white people. You want to hear, Brave?
A white woman. I got a white woman. I got a white woman on the line. I have to give her special treatment. Jesus. I got a white woman on the line.
Fired up.
Brave, you sure you want to hear, Brave?
Yeah, so you know I do. God damn it, John. Let's do it. Woo!
Brave. Should I make her say she don't want to live around blacks? Should I make her say it?
If you can.
Yeah, this is so disgusting.
I'm gonna offer her a place
quite
so
frankly.
cheap around the blacks.
Oh, this is gonna be. Folks,
So
you can't beat this fucking content. Go ahead, John.
what I'm gonna do, Brave?
I got you.
I'm gonna offer her a place so motherfucking cheap.
Ooh.
This is honest. If she take it, I'll give it to her. I'm gonna offer her a place for $150 a week.
Whoa!
That's cheap. That's cheap, Brave, right?
Well, you're not only that, but John, it would be an investment in your lower properties to get some white in there.
Yeah. And I'm gonna see if she
We'd
wants.
be killing two birds with one stone.
Now listen to this racist shit. Hey, John, hit the link. Let me drop it. This is some racist shit. And I have problems with it. I'm rather interested to hear your critique of this whole racist bullshit.
$600 a month.
Yeah,
Correct?
Oh, let me rewind it a little bit.
I'm gonna offer.
Go ahead, John. Oh, this.
I'm gonna offer. I make her say it. Brave, should I?
John. Yeah.
A white woman that may want to live.
They look at this what they think is a shack.
Brave, hold on. I got a white woman that may want to live around white people. You want to hear, Brave?
Yeah.
I got a white woman.
Oh, here we go. Fired up.
Brave, you sure you want to hear, Brave?
Yeah,
Get some
so
white
you know I
in there.
do. God damn it, John. Let's do it.
Fuck.
Woo!
Brave, should I make her say she don't want to live around blacks? Should I make her say it?
If you can.
To confirm your theory.
I'm gonna offer her a place so cheap around the blacks.
Oh, this is gonna be.
Jesus.
Folks, you can't beat this fucking content. Go ahead, John.
So what I'm gonna do, Brave?
I got you.
I'm gonna offer her a place so motherfucking cheap. And this is honest. If she take it, I'll give it to her.
Now, how is this not racism? On the fly planning of a system to get a white woman to live among black people. That is, that is literally planning. That is literally systemic. How the fuck is this not racism?
I'm gonna offer her a place for $150 a week.
Whoa!
That's cheap. That's cheap, Brave, right?
Well, you're not only that, but John, it would be an investment in your lower properties to get some white in there.
Yeah. And I'm gonna see if she wants
some white in there.
That's
some white in there. That's not racism.
I'm pretty good at math.
Now, the difference is she is going to want to pay to not live around the blacks.
It's going to be $800.
What I call the black tax. It's the premium.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? So I'm gonna call her right now, Brave. You ready for this, Brave?
Okay. Drum roll, folks. Woo!
Let me know if you can hear Brave. Can you hear Brave?
Yep. Sounds good.
Hey, yes. How you doing today?
Good. You just sent me videos. I just wanted to confirm that I received them.
Yeah. Now we do have some rooms on the other side of town. They're a lot cheaper But it is the other side of town.
No, it's okay. I just wanted pet work. Like, I didn't want to be very far. I just wanted to ask, would there be laundry and dryer available as well as bathrooms?
We have a unit with a private bath coming available February 1st. When are you looking? Well, actually, it's coming available Friday. When are you looking to move?
Beginning of March.
Okay.
What about laundry?
And there's actually going to be a point I'll bring up right after this disaster is done.
And dryer.
Yeah, we can make that available for you. There's a hookup for it. There just isn't a laundry in there right now. We can make it available for you.
Okay.
Are you sure you don't want the places? We do have some places in Southeast DC, very cheap, very affordable, nice too.
Are they in the good part of Southeast DC? Like, is there transit or is it walkable?
There is a transit close by. It's in are you familiar with Congress Heights, Southeast?
Columbia Heights?
Congress Heights, Southeast, across the river.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, across the river. We have some places over there.
Yeah, it's a little far from my planned location. So, like, my work area. So I think Petworth is ideal. So is this a good number to call back for any other inquiries?
Yeah, call me anytime. I sent you a bunch of listings. We can send you a couple more. Thank you.
Okay.
You see that, Brady?
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out there you have it. What the fuck do you have? Here is where you take what you think would happen and then you put it into what you think should have happened, and then you reinvent it into what did happen. This is, I don't know what to call it. I'm not that level of psychologist, but it is dysfunctional.
I'm trying to be honest with this shit, man. I'm telling you, John.
I'm trying to be
apartments
honest
where it
with
was
this
all
shit,
white
man.
people, she wouldn't be worried about the white trash living around her. Because
No,
I guarantee you, where you put her, there's going to.
She said none of that. None of that did this woman say, but motherfucker, they're gonna take a square peg and fit it into a racist round hole. We can't take what you said. We can't move on and recreate another fantasy. We have to take what just happened and make content or just what the fuck. It just sounds demented.
To be white trash around that area, but they don't just disrupt everything. They don't make it so you can't live around.
What she's looking for. What she's looking for is going to be like upper class elite whites.
Who the fuck knows what she was looking for? She said none of this. None of this did this woman say. But it becomes reality now. This is what a Be Brave does. If it doesn't quite fit the narrative, you make it up because the narrative is just narrative anyway. This is what Be Brave does. 70, I'm waiting for him to say something about 70% believes this bullshit. Dude, ignorance is bliss. Be Brave, do better, man.
And so she said, give me somewhere closer. I'll pay a premium. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not living around those black
None
people,
of that was
even
said.
at a discount. That's what that's the
None
code
of
that
that
she
was
has
said.
to speak through. You understand? So yeah, it's close to my job, it's this and that. But that's the world.
Philippe is as fucked up as anyone. Richard, he should come up and talk too. He's fucked up as well. Uh, I don't know where to go, but not all black people are that fucked up, and not all white people for that matter.
Well, that almost every American has to live through today, right? Honestly.
You told her 150 a week, didn't you?
I didn't get a chance to even tell her practice.
Oh, doggone! You should have
Philippe
given her
would
that low
have
number. That would have
no
really made her look like,
clue
no,
who
thank
Be
you.
Brave
Still,
is.
doggone it.
What she was adamant, she was like, I want to live around the places that I work. Well, the black can't create places where jobs are going to form. So that is always going to be an adequate excuse for them to not want to live in the ghetto.
Yeah, but telling her that 150 price would have been, oh man, that would have been golden.
We have to do that one day, Brave. We're just going to just tempt them one day. $100 a week.
Oh man, oh man!
I
I'll
should
tell you,
show
man.
the
you on here,
comment
I
I
can always,
made about
with
black
my stream, I can
dysfunction
always
and
play
white
that back. Way
dysfunction
better than a
makes a
phone call,
fucked
man.
up piano.
Doing it up on my stream, man. I'll tell you what, if you got a good phone call, John, if it's not a serious topic, just stop in and I'll interrupt my stream for the 10 minutes it takes, and then I'll get back to my stream. But just interrupt me and give me that call if you got
to show on my
Hey,
stream.
what we ought to do, man? I've been thinking about this shit, and I think it would be perfect for you, honestly.
What's that?
Many on this channel would love this show.
Man,
I know.
And I've been trying to figure out the best format for it. But typically, I get calls between 9 to 12, right?
Yeah.
And I was thinking that maybe someone like, you and me, we could bat around stories and then interrupt the show as I get calls. And then we'll just prove some of our points together.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Like some kind of like Opie and Anthony Cumia type show, right?
I would be from 9 to 12. I'd do that at least once a week with you.
I'll tell you, like, and I mean, like, it could be like a somewhat of a combination of your show, because we going on, whatever you want to talk about. And then when I get phone calls, we take the phone calls and we can bat around ideas. And then when I get phone calls, we take the phone calls. And I think it'll be very interesting content, Brave, because you like some of the shit that the calls that I get will blow your fucking mind, Brave. And they're so random that you can't plan them out. But I figure most of these motherfuckers are up by 9 to 12, between 9 and 12. And that's when they get the urge to start looking for housing. And some of the other calls, I can just record them. And we can go from there.
You say you get most of your calls at what time?
Between 9 and 12, right? Most of the calls are going to be 9 and 12.
What was the part?
The rest of the balance.
What was the part about Be Brave fucking grazes on this? And the trough, the fucking trough is just goddamn set, dude. This is just ugh. I wonder, I have to check in on this every now and again just because I think they're cute. This trough is set, and the deer, it's Be Brave. That deer looking at you right here is Be Brave. He's feeding at the trough. This kind of racist bullshit is his nutrition. Cute deer. they've repositioned the cameras from last couple nights. Racist Grays. So I don't know. We'll watch a little bit more of this, and then I'll just have to move on because this is just stupendous.
And then we just I'll record them, and we could just respond to them. So since we've been on strike, I've recorded several phone calls, and I figure, man, it'll be great content. You, me, responding to the contents and the calls. It'll be.
I would. I'd love it because I guarantee you, John, I'm on a fucking mission, man. 70% of blacks in America are fucking this place up.
I'm on a mission.
Proof.
My racist goddamn point of view needs to be known by more.
Hey, Brady, like, the thing is, you have, the
should I, Richard?
You put it all together. Then you have your number to 70%. Then I can bring in the anecdotal.
That's right.
Right. Well, he gone, bro. Like, about all these blacks when she hit Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, she looked at them like these motherfuckers.
Go to your job. Do your thing.
They don't want to work, right? They don't want to work.
40 years ago.
Tent cities and stuff of drug addicts and people on sidewalks shooting heroin up and shitting themselves. But other
than brave.
Thinking she's in heaven. She said, look at
yeah, they create the property and then
yeah, she would spit it right out. And
listen,
that's like
listen, bro, here. That's crazy, right?
Created a property in your life.
Exit right here.
Take right exit. You created a property.
Yeah, they create the property and then you heard it say, you create the property. These people are gonna be harder on blacks than whites, bro. I'm telling you.
I would hope so, but I don't quite see. I don't think anybody's going to be hard on blacks because unless the corporate machine uses Trump to take away some of their protection, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think Trump will still keep them in a class of people that you don't dare say too much above a whisper about them.
You think so? I don't know.
Yeah, I do. I can't. It's just too. Simply because, John, as I said, the global corporate machine is using blacks for a weapon. They're not going to give up that weapon when it comes to destabilizing the culture so they can control it easier. They're not going to give up that factor of destabilization. 70% of black Americans are serving as nothing less than an absolute hand grenade thrown in the middle of a bunch of peaceful people just wanting to fucking live their lives. Then I don't think they're going to give that up. Trump did mention doing something. He said something about he used the word inner city.
Yeah, that Philippe part is a little problematic.
And when it came to education, I respect that you and I fall on opposite ideological lines here.
No, you
I have
don't.
to read this with a damn magnifying glass, and my phone is so small.
More than Bray. Wait, you went to a black ass college, didn't you? Didn't you go to a black ass Martin Luther King? You went to Martin Luther King. Did Brave, and we talk about
office. This other office, because another court, I guess, is handing paperwork that the court gave me.
You remember what he said?
If you put them up to it, but I'm pretty sure they would go, well, I'm not. In answering, they wouldn't answer it. It'd probably make them too uncomfortable. But I guarantee you, it's not beyond me to ask the goddamn question because I'm sick of the way people are denying this shit. I'm tired of it. There's way too much goddamn denial going on about people just not wanting to live around black trash, man. Nobody does.
Bro, I think it would almost be like comedy, bro.
Well, hell yeah. Yeah, you gotta make hay, you gotta make fun out of the shit. You know, the fuck. Oh, you're just being mean and funny. No, we're being funny and factual. There's a difference. We're being funny and very exploratory.
Well, no. Besides using the wrong word, you miseducated bottom feeder. You have self-described as bottom feeder. You're not being funny. You're not being interesting. You're just being very last, what, 400 years of American racism. It is boring. Sometimes it's funny, but motherfucker, if you think you're being original, you'd be dumb, as I think you are. Be brave. Someone can clip it, he can come up on this, and I'll fucking tell it to him to his face and interrupt his bullshit when he starts spouting it. Very annoying. America can do better than be brave.
Whoever says that, yeah, and there is humor in it. So too bad.
Oh, I think it'd be great, Bray. I understand. I think people would tune in just to hear this shit, and then to hear your feedback on some of the the people that call in, the blacks and the whites, because it's a different dynamic.
The blacks and the whites,
by and large, if they get a little money, they're trying to get the hell away from the blacks.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
And the Africans, right? Where they stand, and the whites, they're more sophisticated in terms of talking in code. Now, as you heard this woman, my job, my this, my that. There are trains all over this city. You can get anywhere you want to go really quickly.
Oh, hell yes. Hell
right?
yes.
So what they're doing is talking in code. And I think it would be so interesting, Brave. A black and
white. If they spoke in code, it'd still be funny.
Yeah.
Even if the issue was taken to the point to where they had to speak in code, it would still prove something.
Because what I'm going to do is, what I would do is, I would offer them a price point that would just be too damn ridiculous to turn away. And that would indicate or highlight the black premium.
Yeah.
We do it once a month. We're like, I give you niggas a free room.
Fuck is the black premium?
Avenue. It's free. A white woman, any white woman wants to live for free.
Yeah. Let's talk about racism in designing a system that chooses between races. Damn.
Oh shit.
We do it once a month, bro. Any white woman want to live for free in Washington, D.C. Well, it would cost you at least $1,200 a month. I'll let you live for free on Martin Luther King. With the first come, first say, white woman only.
Oh, that'd be funny as hell. That'd be funny as hell.
Yeah, that's funny as hell.
You talking about doing the stream once a month
that's
or the offer
funny
once
as
a month?
The offer once a month.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, we could even warn us.
We could even.
It's the offer coming up. Stay tuned
Yosemite
next week.
Sam.
He's gonna offer up. He's gonna prove a big.
Puts on a hood.
Come gentrify the hood.
Yeah,
right?
Come gentrify the hood. No, thank you. They'll say.
Motherfucker.
No, thank
you. They take a break.
I think if you had a white woman that's tough, but most of them wouldn't, they'd say no. I think they would.
Brave, do you think that they would what do you think they would be concerned about then, Brave?
Oh, I'm pretty sure they'd be concerned about goddamn living around blacks for about 10 reasons. Number one, bullets fly wherever they live. Number two, let's not talk about the black rape of white women as opposed to white men raping black women. Let's not talk about them figures that are just completely off the fucking charts for black men raping white women. And let's not talk about a white woman living around black women that will beat her ass if she says something slightly wrong.
When I asked that black man to turn his music down on a Saturday morning, you remember what he said?
Nobody tell me what the fuck to do. Nobody. Don't get it twisted. Get your life twisted. Don't get your life twisted. Don't nobody tell me what to do. Nobody tell me what to do. Nobody. I go to work every motherfucking day. Every day. Don't nobody tell me what to do. Nobody. Hey. Hey. Don't nobody tell me what the fuck to do. Nobody. Hey. Don't get that shit twisted. Don't get that shit twisted and fucked up.
Folks, for the record, John's standing there listening to him. Right, John?
Nobody tell me what the fuck to do.
Right, John.
Nobody tell me what to do.
Right, John. Right, John. Motherfucker.
Brave, I was putting the bed together. Brave.
Tori or Tori Lee?
Oh, here we go.
Brave, I want you to hear this.
Tell a man to do something as respectful as turn his music down and he's ready to slap.
Philippe, you just call me, man. I'm on a white racist YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
You say you're not going to rent to any more blacks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Brave, you heard that? Brave, you heard that?
Yeah, I did hear it. I don't blame him.
Why not, Philippe?
Needing a white man's approval, and even if it's a bottom feeding white man, that seems to be a thing. We need a white man's approval not to rent to blacks. Jesus Christ.
It costs you money.
Mm.
They cost you money. That's fundamentally why not be trusted, and they cost you money.
Can't be trusted. Cost you money. Brave, you heard that?
Yes, I did hear it.
Is it Philippe? You are black, for the record.
Yes.
Black
But,
American.
but try not to be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You rented your house for a long time, and then what happened?
I rented a house for a long time with no issues when I wasn't renting to blacks. Then I decided to rent to a black after
A
13 years
black.
of not renting to a
One
black.
black,
And that's
two
when the issues
blacks,
started.
a
What
black.
happened?
Jeez.
Stop paying rent. You stop paying rent.
So
How
one
much damage
black
did he
is
do to the
all
property?
blacks.
He ain't moved out yet, Brave, so we don't know.
God damn.
Yeah.
How long, when the last time he paid rent?
August last year. And that wasn't even a full month of rent. That was just that was probably about 10% of the rent for that month.
How much is he losing a month, John?
He said, how much are you losing a month, Philippe?
$2,000.
You heard that, Brave? $2,000 a month.
$2,000 a
Heard
fucking
that,
month.
Brave?
This is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Like, blacks
yeah.
do to
nigga.
each other, Brave. Like,
Ain't paying.
amazing.
Brave, like, this is what blacks do to each other. And it forces the other blacks. There are many niggas like
This
me,
is
Brave.
what blacks do to
They
each
say,
other.
well, fuck it, I suffer through it. Like, he said, man, I ain't fucking no more nigga, man.
All
This shit out
blacks are
there.
like this, be
If all you
brave.
had to do was rent the blacks, what would you do with your house then?
Mm-hmm.
What would you do? What would you
Get
do?
rid of it. He'd get rid of it.
Would you let that motherfucker sit
Probably.
empty? But you make enough money where you could afford to let it sit empty. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So you would let it sit empty before you let a nigga move in. Is that what you're saying to me?
Oh, yes.
Brave,
Yeah.
did you hear that? Brave, did you
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
hear that? Brave, did you hear that?
I was reading something. Damn it. What did he say?
Repeat it. I'll repeat again.
Yeah.
Philippe, would you let your house sit empty and collect no rent before you take a chance
Yes.
on the nigga?
Yes.
Brave?
Yeah.
You heard that, Brave?
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, John, tell Philippe. Go ahead, Philippe.
I was gonna say if another black came to me
John,
today.
tell Philippe. Tell Philippe.
Let's say I get this
order
person
you.
out at the end of the month.
Tell
Another
Philippe.
black shows up February 1st. Hey, I'll rent it. I'd rather not. I will not rent to him, and if that means I have to wait 2-3 months to find, someone else, then I'll do that before I rent to that person.
Amazing.
Did you
Yeah.
hear that?
You hear what Renee? Tell Felipe. Here's what a white apologist is saying. It's the lockdown in DC still. That's why he ain't getting his money.
Do you feel like this? The lockdown is causing you problem? Do you feel like it's just nigga?
Now, this is a self-proclaimed white bottom feeder talking to a man with multiple degrees and another man with multiple degrees. They're feeding in to the bottom feeders' rhetoric. They are mutually bonding over anti-black. I rented to a black person and they couldn't pay their rent. Two motherfuckers who have been to college and taught to think, and a self-proclaimed bottom feeder who can't get his statistics right. He's a holistic statistician, and they are coming up with this bullshit. I can't make this up, folks.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question. You feel when I sat through that court hearing with you, was it mostly niggers behind on the rent?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
Bob's
not all.
full of shit too,
Was there anyone
John.
but niggas behind on rent?
I could do a whole show about Bob.
Yeah.
And how much? You remember that one nigga that was like behind like 29,000?
Jesus.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one who was on disability?
I'd call it
that was one on
black
disability.
dysfunction.
Or it's having back issues, back spasms.
Yeah, back spasms. And so this nigga that's behind 20,000.
Well, Bob will have to
what did the
volunteer
judge
to
tell
come
you when you
up
went to court
while
the
I
other day?
roast his ass on the panel. Don't want to do it
Oh
behind his
yeah,
back.
dismissed it because
What do you mean?
We will
so
start with
basically
the hairline.
the process to so I filled out a bunch of paperwork that the court gave me to make a claim for the rent owed.
Mm-hmm. So
Since
basically,
that
Brave,
time,
so hold on. Basically, Brave, he's saying this nigga owe me a bunch of money. I want my money that this nigga owe me,
Yeah.
and I want my house back. Go ahead.
yeah, exactly. And so those are
Now, here's the most interesting thing. There's nigga owe me money, and y'all are powerless to tell the nigga either give me money or get out of my house. Sounds like two weak niggas to me. And you need be brave to be your cheerleader. Sounds like weak negras.
the so you have to fill out a bunch of paperwork that the court gives you for your money.
I bet a white man would
paperwork
get
for
his
the house
money.
to get the possession of the house. So the other day, so apparently the process changed to file for a claim for the money you're owed.
Mm-hmm.
It changed during the time that I filed in my court hearing.
Mm-hmm.
No one notified me of that change.
Mm-hmm.
The judge notified me of that change in the hearing, and
A
then
negra
dismissed
can't get his
my
money
claim for the
from
money and
another
told me I had to
negra?
refile.
In other words,
That's
they
what
let the
B
nigga off the
Brave
hook.
is
Is that
thinking.
correct?
Yeah,
They
basically.
let the nigga off the hook
Yeah.
for the money that he owed you.
Can Philippe see any horizon where this guy's gonna be forced to move soon?
So on the claim for possession of the house,
That's what he's
the
thinking.
judge said he would move
A
forward with
negro,
that, and he
a
gave him until
negro
February
can't
20th to
give you
vacate the
his
house.
money
All right, at
that
least
he
that
owes
happened.
you.
Then,
Here
or
is
then
B Brave,
on
the
February
lawyer.
20th, he will consider my request to have him evicted.
Jeez.
So I got to go.
You hear that?
I got to
Brave?
go to another hearing. I got to go to another hearing on February 20th. And if he's still in my house, then that's when the judge said he will then consider my request to schedule an eviction.
You heard that, Brave?
God
Now, when do you think, if you go back in on February 20th, when do you think the eviction will be? When do you think he was scheduled for?
I would request 30 days, but we'll see. You know what I mean?
In DC,
we'll see.
In DC, they cannot evict people when it's rain, snowing, or cold. Correct?
Yeah, February 20th will put it into March, right?
So it's cold, it's raining.
So maybe April. So April
at the earliest, April.
So Philippe, you just accepted losing the money that he's owed you. You just threw that out and said, just hopefully now you just want to get him out.
No.
So bottom line is, Be Brave is thinking, and it's just a guess. I'm not sure Be Brave ever thinks, if I had that kind of money, he'd be gone because I'm white.
I'm going to refile.
Are you?
I'm going to refile for
Don't
the money. So
refile.
there's another process. So I have to call this office.
I'm Be
This
Brave.
other office, because another court, I guess, is handling it now. So now I'm going to refile for the money. So,
Well, pray tell, how in the hell would you get money out of him if he's that much of a lowlife? How would you hope to get money out of him?
I don't know if I'll ever get money out of him.
You just want it on paper?
I want it on paper, and I want it, on his credit report that he owes me. You know what I mean? So,
Brave. A lot of times,
of course, his credit report ain't shit. But go ahead, John.
Motherfucker, your credit
a lot of
report
times
ain't
you
shit.
get beat up by police and get a settlement. And you get your money. They win the lottery. They play the lottery. You get a settlement.
Yeah.
yeah, and then well, I'm doing it for two reasons. So that is one of the reasons. In the off chance that he finds some money somewhere, he could turn around and pay me. But I also, and this is just a principle reason,
he might pay you?
I don't want him to just get away with be able to walk off scot-free owing me all that money.
No, Brave.
Like,
No, if he pays me the money, I gotta let him know he's a nigga.
Brave, right?
You know what?
Okay.
Be Brave.
And
Do
one of
you
the
still
things that
have one of
Brave
them
and we talk about
brands from
all
when
the
you
time
were a
is that
slave
you've
owner?
asked this nigga, why don't you go live with your sister, your family? You know what? That's how I call it, family. Why don't the nigga go live with his family?
Family.
he doesn't get along with his family.
You see
That's
that?
what he said.
You see that?
How
Brave?
the fuck do you know this much about this
No, they're
dude's
antisocial.
family?
You see that, Brave?
It's the 70% of
See
black
that,
in
Brave?
America make everybody around them antisocial.
See that,
and then
Brave?
apologize for it.
Yeah.
Philippe, Brave says 70% of blacks are fucked up.
Brave, Philippe, listen to what Brave says. He knows a lot about owning property because he's white.
I think that's too low.
Brave, you gotta raise your number. Brave, you gotta what do you think the number is there?
Brave, what do you know a lot about
only,
owning property?
There's no more than 10% of blacks that are worth a
You're
damn.
white. White people know
son
about
of a bitch.
owning property. You must know something.
Wait, you went to a black ass college, didn't you? Didn't you go to a black ass
Sure
Martin
did.
Luther King? You went to Martin Luther King College. This nigga, Brave,
sure
he
did.
went to Martin Luther King College, Brave. He went to
Martin Luther King
what's the name of that
College.
you went
Well, you know
Thanks,
what?
Richard.
That
Yeah.
brings
Go
up
ahead.
a point.
What's the name of that college you said you went
A lot of dumb motherfuckers go to white colleges and don't amount to shit. And I ran across something that surely it's just maybe an exception to a rule. But this is a woman who is named executive director of Howard University Center for Applied Data Science and Analytics. And, blah, blah, blah. But the part that's interesting is she went to Coretta Scott King College to take John Galt's, analogy. Washington completed her undergraduate studies in mathematics at Spelman College and studied a semester abroad at Universidad Autónoma de Guadalajara in Mexico. Sorry for my horrible Spanish, never took it in high school. She earned her master's and doctoral degrees in mathematics from the University of Connecticut. Fine white university, I'm sure. It would be respected in a black conservative um, echo chamber. She recently received an honorary doctorate of science degree from the University of Connecticut, her alma mater. Washington is a fellow of the American Mathematical Society, the Association for Women in Mathematics, and the American Academy for the Advancement of Science. So, my point here is that even at Martin Luther King University and Coretta Scott King University, you can actually be smart and do something with the degree. Um, if you're stupid, degree doesn't matter. And even if a Be Brave had gone to Harvard, he would still be brave. He is not educated, and it's better that he not be admired. And anyone who wants to fuck with me on this, you're more than welcome. Come up now, come up anytime. Um, invite me on your panel. I will show you the respect you deserve. You're a black ass college. You can't do nothing with that degree. Martin Luther the King. Yeah, motherfucker, I do want the smoke, Richard, because there will be no smoke. The only smoke will happen when I create it. In other words, Mr. Galt, she has a PhD in math. You need to go much farther than that. Fuck the private sector. She probably makes enough money to support whatever it is she does. I'm uninterested in your ruminations on the private sector. It's not apparent. Hit the link, John. Come on up. We can do we can do a Be Brave. I invite you up, John. Um, let's have a conversation. And you probably have Be Brave's phone number. Invite him up too. It's a special pause. You're more than welcome. I'm in a mood to debate, Dr. Galt. Private sector. Motherfucker. Half the privates, you're in the private sector and you're cleaning toilets. Talk to me about private sector then. Fucking the the lack of self-awareness, the lack of thinking before you type or speak is phenomenal. Um, John Galt, she's not cleaning toilets. She's not pulling hair out of a drain. Maybe it's okay to not work in the private sector like you do. Data center shit. Is this the same motherfucker? Is Philippe the same motherfucker who's getting like shit about race in his employer's email? Really? Let me um let me drop the. She should teach this motherfucker. She should teach you how to. I bet she cleans the toilet better than you do, John Galt. Um, teach the sisters is just silly. Not many HU grad motherfucker. She's not an HU grad going into STEM. She's just getting paid well. Well, motherfucker, isn't money what niggas should be doing? If you make a lot of money as a nigga, you can pay your rent to John Galt or Philippe. That's the goal. All niggas will rent a room from John Galt or rent a house from Philippe. That seems to be our fate. And Be Brave will be there to congratulate us on not being part of the 70%. Motherfucker, you don't want any of this. 12th man, you sure as shit don't. You will be a snack. But you're welcome. Hit the link, 12th man. I need a snack. Or maybe it's a trough. It's right, Philippe. Don't care about the underemployed. John, you keep bringing up these weird circular arguments. These are questions better asked to Be Brave, who will give you the answers you want. Underemployed college grads call in looking for a room. Do they, John? The ones that call in to you, of course you know about. Motherfucker, how many underemployed college grads are there in the United States? You're telling me they all call John Galt? Ugh. Don't be a Be Brave, John. Ooh. Hey, John. Are you actually here?
What's up, Stanley? Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Oh, I'm having a time with
I
you
see.
and Be Brave. Y'all sound like fools. And Philippe joined you so he can be the third of the Three Stooges.
You know, I tell you, Stanley, you know, it's hard to digest. I understand.
You know, actually, I think I'm okay with the digestion. I think it's hard for you to digest the pure silliness of this conversation you had with Be Brave and Philippe. You do realize that because some single nigga doesn't pay him rent, he wants to paint everyone with that brush. If Be Brave is just sitting here, two college educated negras, you're like his marionettes. Did you not know this? He's playing y'all like puppets. And I get to enjoy the show and comment about it.
We know.
Maybe it's something you're not getting.
I think long before he was in, you know, introduced to Be Brave, he had come to some of the same conclusions himself. And hell, you see his number is 90.
Which conclusions?
Well, you see his number is 90%.
Niggas ain't shit.
Well, his number is 90%, and the other guy, Brave, is saying my number is 70%. So he's a little bit more.
Okay, you know what? All of y'all are not statisticians.
Well, but it does.
Was Philippe a business major?
Not in undergrad, no.
Okay. Do you have any idea? He wasn't a science major, obviously.
No, he did get his MBA though. So what that's
okay, his undergrad was not in a science, and business is not a science.
Right.
You can get an MBA and still be fucked up in your analytics.
Yeah, that's correct.
But, so my whole point was that you can go to Martin Luther King University and Coretta Scott King, the sister school university, and still do something like mathematics.
I gotta start
Now,
calling.
are you saying this lady can go to the University of Connecticut and get a PhD in math and be bullshit, not smart?
I hate to say that, but yeah. I hate to say that.
Well, then, you know what? Can you be John Galt and not be very smart?
Yeah, you don't have to be that smart, dude. I do.
Okay, just you don't have to be that smart to be John Galt.
I sit around here and drink and smoke, but I think.
Okay. Well, you know what? You have something Be Brave doesn't have.
Well, I think what I'm saying though, Stanley, is you put in more perspective. You know, the raw intelligence needed to do what I do. You don't need that much intelligence, right? The raw intelligence to apply math.
Yeah, well, if you don't have the raw intelligence, how do you get the gall to criticize someone else's raw intelligence?
Well,
that's what makes me curious.
Well, I think, you know, and here's what I would say, and if Philippe were listening, he would hear me say it. I've never had to.
I think Philippe's an idiot.
Well, I've never had to go through what he's going through.
I don't care. See, okay, I'm gonna be mean. So I don't want to go there. But what Philippe has gone through, you care about. It might be worth doing a show about. Does Be Brave care what Philippe went through?
I think, you know, more or less serves Be Brave.
No, that's a yes/no question, sir.
I said no. I think it serves Be Brave's point.
I think you confirming Be Brave's 70% theory often gleefully and gladly serves Be Brave's point. Well, he gets two Negroes to confirm his dumbass non-scientific numbers.
Hey, Portia, good evening. Portia, how you doing?
Hey, Portia. She's about to referee.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm listening.
How you doing, Portia?
I'm okay. I'm hanging in there.
I can hear it. I can hear it in your voice.
I talked to Stanley earlier, and he said hop up if you want. So I wanted to make sure I came up here. I won't be long. I won't be up here long, but you know. But I'm doing okay.
Well, you're more than welcome to change the subject.
Oh no, I was actually enjoying.
This is about to be a Negro hootenanny.
Hootenanny.
Portia, I got some video from Philippe going to court. We can't show it, but we probably can clip some.
Oh, thank God we can't, because you'd have to save it till Friday.
Not today, you know.
You remember whenever he was in court and he put us on speakerphone, or how he did it? How we got to listen to? Is it that, or is this something new?
I have video this time.
Oh, you got the good stuff. Also,
but we can't show it because they tell you not to show it from online. So,
can we play the audio?
Oh yeah, we definitely play some audio. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and then the next thing,
It
the
interrupts my narrative.
the
No,
the
thank you.
the oh yeah, no,
No,
I'm
no,
not
we're
saying
not
it.
paying. No.
Yeah, I'm not saying to do it right now. But you know how you had like the trannies that are staying at the house?
What?
If you ever if you're over there and they're there, like whatever, footage that you can get, just them being at the house, I think that would be great. And that's all I have to say. Sorry, Stanley.
Well, no, that's okay. It's like, what
They just
what
extended
do
purpose
y'all
already.
think about?
What do we think about what you mentioned?
There's a lot of dysfunction in, isn't there? One of these days, John, and I invite you to show something positive, show something that you like to view. Show me some black positivity.
You
A
know what I said?
video or a
You know
phone
what?
call
You know what I
or
said?
just fucking something.
Honestly, people say that to me all the time, Stanley.
Well, your mother was actually rather positive.
And you know,
12 man, you know what? You're going to be on a short lease, sir.
Stanley. I'll say this, man, and you know, there are a million different ways to skin the cat, and I probably go about it a different way. Some people just show positive things, and that's probably
Well,
not my.
why would you start from bottom feeders?
Well, if you allow me, I think honestly,
Oh, please, I will allow you.
it's an issue that I'm passionate about. To be honest with you, I think that honestly, I think that they hurt the strivers. That's really my opinion.
And I don't.
I understand.
Motherfucker, how can someone, I don't believe in the crab in the, what is it, crab in the basket theory. It is real, but it is well, barrel. Did I say barrel? Like, all I'm saying is it is real, but it gets less real every year. Okay, I do not believe that whatever the number is, I can't remember now. Like 19% of the black population is pulling down the rest. I don't believe that.
Yeah,
And if they are, then we need to work harder.
and that is one of the things that like you is probably like an underlying driver in me, because again, as a landlord, which is a very finite resource.
Not everyone is a landlord.
I
Not everyone is interested in being a landlord.
I totally get it. But what I'm talking about is, as a finite resource, as a purveyor of finite, or the one who decides on who gets to come in, who gets to come out of the weather.
In your buildings, not
Right.
overall.
I'm just one man.
Every building in
That's
the
correct.
United States.
That's correct. I'm just one man.
Okay, you're drunk on power.
No, hell no. Philippe is another.
Okay.
Philippe is another. And as you
He's another drunk on power Negro.
And as you watch that courtroom, it's just, black people out there. He explained black people after black people not honoring their responsibilities and not moving out and just basically squatting and living for free in someone's home. Not many black people would do that, but there is a contingent that will.
It is a very, I say, minuscule contingent. Okay, you are taking, this is kind of the same argument as the trans issue. Okay, a loud minority and an overblown issue. I think what you talk about is overblown. I think it's blown out of proportion. If we obsess over that loud, very minuscule contingent, that is what's going to be the crab in the barrel, our miseducation and listening to soul brothers.
I'm not, I don't have all the answers, and you very well could be.
Thank God my parents raised me
you very well could be
fucking ignore noise.
Mhm.
You made a comment about Stanley growing up a certain way. Yeah, I heard you.
It wasn't a
And not
criticism.
really no, I know it. John, you can say what you want to say. I know it's meant as constructive. I don't agree with you. My parents trained me to know what's real, what's important, and what's not.
Mm.
And you know what? If it means I have to leave 99% of Negroes behind to make me and my family successful and comfortable, then so be it. The military taught me that too.
Mm.
Oddly enough, Fortune 500 companies can teach you that. Sometimes you have to make hard decisions
You know, I
and
don't
be
think
brave. And I'm going to pick on him because I truly think he is the bottom feeder he claims to be. Black people giving him any sort of credit is crabs in a barrel.
honestly, Stanley, I think the issue is a lot more nuanced, and you come from it from a different angle than I do.
I think the opposite. You don't get the nuance.
Yeah,
I honestly believe that.
that's very
You
well.
don't get the nuance. And B. Brave certainly doesn't get the
Mm.
nuance, and Philippe doesn't get the nuance. Y'all don't get it.
It very well could be right. Um, you
Oh,
know,
I know. See, it's not a matter of I could be right. I know I'm right.
it's possible. I'm not disagreeing with you or discounting that. All I can tell you is in your one
The
or two minutes.
nuance is don't care about the shit that's not important.
Yeah.
It's not important that some Negro can't pay rent. It is to you, but it's not something that's important to me. And I'm a Negro too.
The thing is, Stanley, I ain't paid rent in a long time,
Well, you don't have to.
but I still think
It's
about
a
these things.
mortgage, right?
Well, but I still think about these things because you know,
But
I
don't
have,
expect anyone else to.
but I have children, and
Of course you do.
and I do want my children to be able to go out into the world and look for an apartment or a house and for rent and not be discriminated against based on their color.
You know what? And you are going to ensure that doesn't happen.
Well,
Why?
well,
It's obvious why.
I'm telling you this though, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you're gonna provide for them.
Well, I'm not here to argue with you, right?
No, I'm not
Let me give
arguing.
you an-
You're
let me see.
making plans for them. That's a good thing.
That's a landlord, man. When I first
Yep.
moved to Brooklyn, right?
Or a parent.
Well, when I first moved to Brooklyn, I knew what it was like to find housing as a black person. I've been reading about New York, and I had to move on the spur of the moment. So I carried about $7,000 with me in cash. And I said, any landlord that might be hesitant to rent to me, I'm just gonna pull out all this fucking money and say, look, I won't fuck around. I pay you the rent. Here it is up front. Luckily, I found a black woman. She was a Haitian sock posse.
Why lucky? A white landlord wouldn't have?
I prefer to live around black people. She was straight.
Okay, well, that's your preference.
Right, I understand, but she accepted me. She was actually one of the first
Well,
people.
no, what I need to make is a subtle point you don't seem to get.
Mm.
It is your preference. It's not everyone's preference. Sometimes you tend to live around people.
Right, that's right.
So pick your skin color,
I went to this
but
lady.
don't
Right?
expect no, because you do this all the time.
Mm.
You talk a lot about, well, black people not supporting black people, all
That's
this
not what I said.
bullshit. Dude,
I'm not talking about black woman, black supporting black. You didn't hear me say that.
no, I'm making an inference. Do you
No.
know the word
Yeah, I
inference?
get it. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is I might not be the one who doesn't get nuance.
Yeah, so when I moved to New York, I didn't know who my landlord was going to be. It happened to be a Haitian woman. I didn't know anything about Haitians other than the woman I dated at the time. And I knew that I may face some discrimination, so I came with cash. I ain't gonna say maybe the word discrimination is not right. Maybe it's like, whatever. But anyway,
Were
so
you young? You
I was
probably
in my
look
30s.
young.
I was in my 30s.
Lit? Did you have a boombox on your shoulder?
I was in my 30s, but New York City is a tight rental market, similar to
Gotcha.
DC. And the landlords kind of have the leverage, the power. So I knew I was black, and I didn't want to be face a disadvantage of just being black. So I said, well, I'll bring money to even the damn scales here. And that's what I did. I brought cash money. Fuck a check, man. I ain't want nobody to be fretting if it was check.
Can I stop you right there and bring up a nuanced point?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think being black is a disadvantage.
Mm.
If you think it is, well, one of us, to to use a be brave phrase, one of us is a damn fool.
And the reason why I say it is, Stanley,
One of us is a fool.
Oh no,
Rainbow.
you know what?
Rainbow
If
says that.
you are going, if the first thing you are is black, then you will lose. You
well,
will be what?
I
You will
agree.
be disadvantaged.
I do agree with
Don't
you.
think black, just think.
I do agree with you 100%, Stanley, 100%. But at the same time, landlords, I was one. I am one. And I was on the other side of the aisle where I had to be a tenant. And I put myself in the landlord's shoes. And here's the thing about black people. The laws have been so written in their favor, and many of them know the laws like the back of their hand, that it's like renting to a lawyer. I don't want to rent to lawyers. I rented to one in my life. And I didn't feel comfortable renting to him because I don't want to rent the lawyer. Well, shit, did I put my shit on? But what he did was he sued people for a living. I said, well, what the fuck would I want to rent to him for? Someone like that. And he sued, actually, he was a Black Lives Matter lawyer. So that's how he made his money. You can look him up. But,
Well, that's probably why you didn't rent to him.
well, I did rent to him. But then I later found out he was a Black Lives Matter lawyer, and he went around.
Now tell me about that person. Did he pay? Was he on time?
Yeah, he was a white guy, and he was on time. And
Oh,
again,
he was a white guy. That's why you rented.
And that's not why I rented to him, but he was able to. He lived in the black neighborhood, and he was able to grift off of the movement. And I remember when I rented to him, he had hundreds of $1,000s, made like 150 in the bank, right? And just more or less.
That's all.
For a young man, that's a lot of money. And he's going around suing. And I forget his name. It's like Alexander or Alex something. I'll look him up one day.
Well, it doesn't matter.
But yeah, he went to Charlotte, New York, and one other place, I think DC, and he would sue.
Is there a point?
Well, but anyway, so you don't want anyone to sue people that sues like their previous landlord. I had a guy up here the other day.
Yeah, I heard that.
He sued his landlord. You can't rent to those people. And then
you know what? I am not going to tell you how to be a landlord.
Right.
What I will tell you is it wouldn't be a business I would choose.
Well, but again,
you like people.
If you listen to Philippe's call,
I listen. I'm in the middle of it. I don't admire Philippe. I don't think he has any wisdom.
That's fair enough, right?
Prefer.
You may be right, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. But
I'm saying don't mention Philippe. He's not. If you mention Philippe to me, I'll shut down because I think Philippe is
no more Philippe.
Really just weird.
Right. Fair enough. And I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, that.
Well, Brave likes it.
There's some other things that, I don't think we really got into it much, but there's some guys that we know. They're more of his friends than mine, but I know them pretty well. And Morehouse grads. And they couldn't cut it in the real world. So they end up suing people. on the grounds of racial discrimination.
Well, you don't think suing people is the real world?
Well, that's the part of the world that they could not make it. They can make it in the government sector, where
Okay, you don't know many black people, do you?
Well, let me finish. And so, by the fact that they couldn't make it in the corporate sector, they end up suing their employees on the grounds of racial discrimination. Now, I don't know if their claims had basis or not. I'm not here to judge that. But what I am here to say is that if you have people out here exploiting legal, loopholes or whatever you want to call them, then it makes it harder for the fair dealing black man.
Didn't Trump's been called litigious?
Well,
what do you think about Donald Trump suing every motherfucker?
Well, I think there's a difference.
No. It's a fair question.
No, it is, and I don't disagree with you.
And he's president.
I don't disagree with you. And so what I would say is, like, there is a difference in, like, are you suing or are you getting sued? I have a buddy of mine. He's been on the stream, and he's like, he's been sued recently. And he's a good guy. I won't deny him that. And he said, man, this is just a part of the business, man, getting sued. He's never sued but he's never sued anyone.
Really?
And because honestly, and see, like my buddy Philippe, he's trying to basically sue the guy. I've never sued anyone.
Now, I'm gonna say this. I was too harsh on Philippe.
No,
it was more fire for effect.
No, you can take it. Yeah, he can take it. He's a big boy. And honestly, Stanley, I would, I advise him to do things totally radically different than what he's found, and it wouldn't have put him in the situation that he's in. Mm-hmm. The other guy that I mentioned.
Yeah, I remember.
Right, and so, I forget where I was going with this, but back to my main point, I do think though that this type of behavior with the government undergirding their ability to basically take advantage of someone, and by and large in the inner cities, it is what it is. The blacks are going to be the ones that take the most advantage of this. They're the ones with the least amount of money.
What's wrong with blacks taking advantage?
Well,
I know the Thomas Sowell point it makes him weak, independent, but I think that's a bullshit.
I think the thing is that them taking advantage, they end up harming someone else. It's a heads I win, tails you lose situation. Mm-hmm. And in that situation, the person like a Philippe said, man, I don't have enough money to take a chance with you. And that's one of the things.
Okay, well, that's perfectly fine. That's irrational.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And so,
yeah.
And I'll tell you, Stanley, like, I don't even want to say this, but it saddens me, to be honest with you, man. Like, this shit has been so programmed into people, and I don't deal a lot with white people on that level.
Why?
Like brave type white people, because they're not in DC. I've done the street review. The white people in DC are more or less white collar professionals. It's just what it is, right? There are no poor whites here.
You from Alabama? You better be braver too.
Yeah, in Alabama, but I'm saying here. Yeah, hell yeah, I worked with them. I told you, I worked.
When's the last time you lived in Alabama?
Oh, it's been years, but I told you when I lived in Alabama.
No, we'll talk about Alabama because I have to tease you about that.
Yeah, man, you can't tease me. But I told you, just to go off topic for a bit. Mm-hmm. When I worked in Alabama in a car wash, man. It'd be fucking cold working in a car wash. But anyway.
Yeah.
I worked for the granddaughter of the man who bombed Nat King Cole's bus. You can Google it.
I think you've told this story.
Yeah. I worked for his granddaughter. She was my manager. And she was
on the car wash?
No, she was just the manager of the car wash.
Interesting. Why didn't she own it?
Shit, because she worked there. But is some white guy that owned it. I'm not sure, but she was a good worker, and she was very, and anti her grandfather. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
And
just like George Wallace's daughter,
yeah,
I think.
my grandmother
You
raised.
know, like
Hmm?
within the last 10 years, there was a whole thing. She wrote a book or something.
Mhm.
So, you know, she still loved the racist,
My
and
grandmother
you got
raised.
to love your family.
You know, I've told you, I've shown you pictures when I was in Nashville,
Yeah,
and my grandmother raised that woman's children. Yeah, her father was a virulent racist. Al
yeah.
Gore's brethren, right? And so, you know, but this lady was as liberal as it came.
And so is Strom Thurmond, who loved a maid and had a daughter and took care of her. So
And so I say that to
this,
say, man, you know, my life's experience, you know, and I'm sure you probably would agree, Stanley. You know, I can't bash all white people because you know, I've had very good experiences with white people. You know, I can't bash all black people because I've had good experiences with them as well. You know,
well, then why the fuck do you do it? For the
why do I
fun of
do
it?
what? Why do I do what?
Dude, now, if you're gonna tell me you bash everyone just because you're an equal opportunity racist, I guess I'll have to live with it. But I don't know. You know, in some ways, I have to admit that, I'm shocked easily. Um, there are certain people, certain ways of thinking that I just will shit on. And because I know they're wrong, even if the thinkers of those thoughts,
Yeah.
Be Brave is awfully sure of his bullshit. And you know what? He gets some people in there, and maybe that's why I'm pissed off. There are fucking 10 people in this audience who think like that or can't shit on. Be Brave. And I actually think he's a good guy. That motherfucker is dysfunctional.
Can't really
Like
spend it.
fundamentally
Mm.
dysfunctional.
You know what I will say, Stanley? You ever heard of Charleston White, Stanley?
Yeah, I know who he is. I know he's a young guy. I've seen it was a 20 on 1 or something. I
Mm.
think that motherfucker's dysfunctional.
But you know, he had a clip
Well, I don't give a shit.
that where he says he was trying to help out whatever community he lived in. Fort Worth, I think, is where he lives. And you know, he was talking straight, nothing bombastic, and no one paid him any attention. And he said, then when he started,
And what was the lesson he learned from that?
and then when he started talking a little bit more bombastic,
Put up the clip. Can we watch it?
someone Google it, put it in the audience. And we got 15 people, and someone may be able to find it. And
Oh,
he said, I'll find it.
it's just the Stanley channel.
I'm just smoking a joint and drinking a beer. I'll give me my
You
hand.
know what? I'm drinking beer too. And Miss Portia.
Portia,
No, we shouldn't.
It's Charleston. I don't know, Charleston, he's cool.
Sweetheart, what are you doing?
I'm
You
just
okay?
yeah. I'm just up for now.
Well, ma'am,
Yes.
just take care of yourself. None of this matters.
I think it's a good time to say you can see the dedication in people like Portia J. She's not that 10%.
Well, Portia's brilliant.
She's not that 10% that Philippe was talking about.
Okay, no.
So Stan, hold on, Stanley. So
All right.
And one of my things, is that I think people of all stripes, we should recognize, their effort. And Portia, you could tell she doesn't feel well, and here she is. Even though we're on strike, we're here on Stanley's channel, It's a team effort here.
Porsche
I
is
think
crazy.
it's a team effort here, and I think that is one of the most important things you can take from this. Is that like you can keep rolling on even when one man takes an injury, and so so I would say that we've been away for a few days, and even when Portia's down and not feeling very well, here she is. So it's a good time to support Portia J here. What are we doing? $10 a
Yeah,
day,
100%.
right?
Now,
Well, $10
I'm
a day.
gonna have to fuss if people don't.
What you think about it? $10 a day for Portia J, guys.
Y'all are far too kind. Thank y'all.
I upped it. I'm sorry.
No, we're not kind enough.
Yeah, I think that's right, Shelly.
Y'all are. So he was talking. I remember the clip, but Charleston, was he talking? Like, wasn't he outside?
I can't remember where he was. I actually have a picture
Now,
with him.
Portia, you're gonna have to understand. I think Charleston White is ghetto. Why am I listening to a ghetto philosopher?
It's part of his explanation. He says, "Look, man,
How old is he? How old are you? Why do you know about Charleston?
I actually went to see him do a comedy routine here in DC.
Dude,
Shelly.
I hear. You know what? I understand. Charleston White is.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
No, but Stanley, I
You
just
can
want
watch
to
the
say,
clip,
I think
but I'm trying to figure out Charleston White, a Negro who does not figure out how to wear his baseball cap properly, is a problem.
I think Stanley, honestly, that's part of his shtick, and I don't disagree.
And you know what? It was done back in the Little Rascals days. That shit's not new.
And so I think the
Okay,
commentary.
you need to understand my point. He didn't reinvent the comedy wheel.
I'm not even saying that great of a comedian, but I was saying that.
I'm not even saying that he's that great a person.
Well, I'm just saying that his approach was initially to try to come in a more respectful manner, and he felt like he wasn't able to reach people. And then it became a little bit more bombastic, and people seemed to gravitate to his message, love him or hate him. And I think that.
So I need to shit on Charleston White?
No, I'm saying that you show a lot of positive things about Black people here. That's good.
I don't show a lot of positive things. I meet people where they are.
No, I mean you show
Or
videos.
try.
You show videos of like Black fishermen and stuff like that, and I think it's good. I think it shows a different side.
Do you think I'm wasting my time?
No, I think it's good. As I said, I think it shows a different side.
No, it's not a different side. It's how I grew up.
Okay, which is different than what I think is different than many people that grew up.
Different than you?
Well, maybe not different from me. I think the biggest thing is that there's an age.
Oh, come on. You're going to bring up that old chestnut?
No, I do believe this in that the time. I think from your time to my time, a little bit of change. From my
10 years.
A little bit of change.
Dude, I've got
Have you ever read Outliers?
brother.
You ever read Outliers, Stanley?
No. Science fiction?
No, I think it's Outliers. Someone correct me in the audience if I'm wrong. We mentioned it here before. And in Outliers, Malcolm Gladwell, Black Jamaican, I think he's Black and Chinese Jamaican. He talks about how
No, he is Jamaican and Canadian.
Okay, sorry, I stand corrected. But anyway, he talks about how
Well, I'm sorry, even worse than that. His father was English, his mother was Jamaican. He grew up in Canada.
There you go. All right.
The Tipping Point.
Mm-hmm.
I read that book.
Okay, that's right. He
30 years ago.
Yeah. So anyway, what he talks about, Stanley, which really caught my attention is that he says, when you're born makes a lot of difference. It could be a month, a year, 6 months, 2 years, whatever. And he talked about like all these billionaires in America that were born pretty much within the same year, right? Right.
And
Hold
that
on.
is important. How?
Well, and he explains it. It's a very interesting book. I think you might
What's the
find it.
name of the book, John?
I think it's called Outliers. I think that's the book. He's written several. I've read a couple of them. But so anyway, he talks about Bill Gates, Ellison, the guy who created Sun. All those guys were born in like maybe 66.
How many of them grew up poor, John?
Well, clearly.
None
And
of them.
he talks about circumstances because he also mentioned a guy who was brilliant.
Yeah, if you're born like a Bill Gates, you'll
Right.
be okay.
Well, Bill Gates
If you're
didn't grow up
smart,
rich.
there'll be money to support your smartness.
But it
John,
was also, hold on.
he's not reinventing the wheel.
No, I'm not saying he's reinventing the wheel. But what I am saying is that like timing matters.
How many of them were black?
Well, but what I'm saying though, Stanley, you were black. You are black. And
I didn't
timing
grow up
matters.
rich.
But you didn't grow up poor.
No.
And timing matters.
But I grew up reading.
But timing.
Motherfucker, you can be poor and read your way or work your way.
I don't disagree
There are
with you.
several ways to
Stanley,
become successful.
You're not
And
gonna find any disagreement from me.
sometimes the problem is what you think success is.
Stanley, you're not gonna find any disagreement from me. The only thing that I'm saying is the added dimension is timing. The things
Okay,
let me give you an example. The things that
factor in time and tell me why time matters.
okay, let me give you an example.
Time, like which century you grew up in,
No.
time as an age. Time is not flat.
In the Outliers book, right?
hmm
Gladwell talked about Bill Gates and all those guys, all born right on the precipice.
So it's astrology.
No. I don't think so. I don't read astrology, so if it is, that'll be my only introduction.
Well, if you're talking about years born,
well,
seems close.
let me finish, Stanley. Then you can.
All right.
Right.
Yes, I am. I
So
am
he's
being
saying,
impolite.
so he's saying they're born in, let's say, 66, right? I don't know what year they're born. So let's just say 66. By the time they're 18, the invention of the internet is in full spin. Now, there was some privilege involved. Bill Gates was in Washington State, Seattle, or wherever. His father happened to work at a university. His father happened to be in a position.
His father was a patent lawyer.
Whatever.
Bill Gates got introduced to an IBM executive because his mother was on the same
but they lived
United Way board.
But they lived.
It wasn't happenstance. Well,
that's what Gladwell is saying.
So what does this have to do with the month?
Let me finish. No, it doesn't have to do anything with the month. But so what Gladwell
or a year?
What Gladwell is saying is that if Bill Gates was born 5 years later, he'd be born after the internet boom, whatever the boom that he took advantage of. Same thing for Ellison. Same thing for the Sun executive. I can't remember his name. And all those guys, Michael Dell, all those guys were born all within more or less 9 months of each other, a year of each other. Charles. And
how old is Elon Musk?
I don't know, but Elon Musk
he's not Bill Gates' age.
Well, but he probably came along at another wave, though, Stanley. And so, like, let me give you an example of what I mean from a younger person perspective from yours. Right. And I hope you understand.
I'm not that old. I'm still 59 until next month.
I'm not saying, I didn't say you were old, right?
Stanley.
No, get to the point.
I am. So
I'm sorry, really quick, Stanley. Elon Musk is 53 years old. Go ahead. Sorry.
And so, Stanley.
Thank you, man.
From your, like, my lady, right? My mother.
How old is your lady?
She's cute. She's in her 40s. My mother.
God damn it.
My mother. My aunts. They all have pensions. Either no matter if they work for the private sector or the public sector, they all have pensions.
Mm-hmm.
God bless them. If you came 10 years later, I see a lot of people here in DC. If they got on with the government at a certain point, they got pensions. If they got on with the government after a certain point, just an arbitrary date, they don't have pensions.
What's it? Arbitrary?
Well, it's a date that the government says that we no longer are going to be offering pensions.
Okay, your point is you don't like the government.
No,
Gotcha.
that's not my point. My point being is that depending on where or when you came along.
Oh, come on, John.
I'm not getting through this.
Okay, every month you can pick any time from 1060 to no. What you're doing is prevaricating.
Well, what I'm saying, Stanley, is that like,
dude, I am not Be Brave. I don't get impressed by the bullshit.
Well, I'm not trying to impress you. I guess what I'm saying is that from
then what are you doing? I don't give a fuck.
Well, from your
seriously, John.
Well, I understand, but from your generation to let's say
everyone has read books.
No,
everyone knows years. You can't pin. You can't connect a dot between Elon Musk and Bill Gates. They're not even in the same stratosphere. Two different types of billionaires. They made their money two different ways.
What's that? I don't want to get caught up on the
okay, the problem is not getting caught up. The problem is not paying attention to what you say.
Well, what I'm saying is, Stanley,
dude, I notice bullshit.
If I can get back to the point,
you can get back all you want. Connect the dots.
All right. So I think there's a big paradigm shift between the way you live and I live.
Paradigm shift is some mumbo jumbo.
Okay. There's a big.
That's some white boys mumbo jumbo.
Okay, fair enough.
Put it in black English if you must.
There's a big difference
paradigm shift.
There's a big difference between the way the game is played today.
You sound like tough guy now.
Well, you asked me to put in.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
And you know, so what I say and see and what I try to express to the audience, I can't save everyone. But for the people,
fuck the audience. Say what you need to say.
For the people that come here, I try to, say, hey, there's a different way of looking at things. The world changes very rapidly. It changes much rapidly.
It doesn't actually.
Well, I think a lot of things do, Stanley. The way people work, the way people interact with each other, communication, transportation. A lot of these things have changed, Stanley. Even from my generation to the people that are younger than me. Like, there's a big, big difference between the way things work between, say, Portia generation and mine. I was talking to the University today on the phone, Stanley. And he was talking to me about. Hold on,
he's
Stanley.
One of the biggest idiots I know.
About him, but listen to what I'm saying, though, because he very well could be an idiot, right? I'm not talking about him. But what I'm saying is that he was telling me he's talking about working with his channel and things like that. And so he's working with 18-year-olds. And so some of these come on, Stanley, let me finish. And so what he was telling me is that the 18-year-olds were telling him about channels and platforms that he had never even heard of.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You have children. He has children. Why are y'all not talking about your kids?
Well, we talk about our kids probably offline.
No. I'm not going to let you off this hook.
No, that's right. I don't talk about.
You have better things to talk about than what 18-year-olds are fucking surfing on the internet.
Well, no. Well, what he's talking about is he's starting a new venture, and let me finish. Go ahead.
Is it Lolo? Is that his new venture?
No, it's not. Right? She's not 18, I don't think. And so
Lolo might be. Wait, hold it. I Forgot to mention her eyes are wide apart. That's why I don't find her attractive.
Why are we talking about Lolo?
Oh, just because I brought it up. Hell,
Oh,
you want to go off in weird directions? I
well,
want
I
to
just
go
want
off
to
in
say that,
mine.
like I just think that young people, they're seeing the world from a different prism,
Is
and
Lolo young? Maybe that's why I want to go off in the Lolo direction. She's young
yeah, she's young,
and
and
uninteresting. She
oh,
is she is literally a cul-de-sac.
well, okay. I mean,
You don't
I
get
don't
my
think about it.
point.
Well, I don't think about her enough to even think about it.
But
Maybe interacting
you,
with her
well,
is.
you
I
mentioned
want to
young
show you
people.
guys
Let
something
me
really
let
quick.
me connect the dots because when I talk, I connect dots.
Well, I haven't
Young
interacted with her
people,
that much.
you and
Yeah.
Universal Jones talking about 18-year-olds, young person, what's her name, happens to be a young person. Y'all need to start connecting thoughts, connecting, dude. Sometimes it, what fascinates me about Be Brave and many is that it's sometimes the thoughts are so random. It's it's surprising and shocking.
I want to show you guys this before I go to bed.
Yes, ma'am. You should have
So,
interrupted more, Portia.
oh no, it's fine. So, it's really quick. I just threw it together really quick. So, I would recommend like you, Stanley, on your channel, like even if you do it at the beginning or somewhere in the middle. So it's only 7 seconds. So we can throw up.
That shit showing it everything. That's good.
So we can throw up that, you know, like news clips and stuff like that. We can play those, and we can
I'm
play the news clips.
reminded.
Just we can
It's
throw up that
just a
little part of
comment.
news.
I'm reminded you, bitch. It's fair use.
Exactly, and that's what I thought.
That's funny.
So I just wanted to let you guys know that that's back there. Depending on what you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
That's
So
why I'm gonna try my best not to show any more of that, any content that belongs to other people. I'm just gonna leave that shit alone.
yeah, or
No,
again,
I'm gonna go for it.
yeah. I mean, because there's certain things I do want to go over, but then don't forget too, because like having that in the video and just playing it throughout the video, that'll help. And just like HB was saying, like pulling stuff from content creators that went over the content that we're talking about, and just
Well,
don't
ma'am,
forget
you
about
want to
the.
show that Charleston White thing? I'm interested.
Oh, okay. And I need
And
to
you
make a.
sound like you're getting a little fatigued. But
Roger that.
let's watch the Charleston White because I need to critique
Yes.
him. This motherfucker can't get his hat on his head right.
Yeah, he can't. And then, so of course, videos like this because I'm sure
Dal Sam Fisher, 12th
Sam
man.
Fisher.
And we need to do that, don't we?
Yeah, I've been posting it in the chat or
Yes, ma'am.
whatever picture
What
that
would
you want
we
to put
do
up.
without you?
Y'all would be just fine, Stanley.
Oh, I doubt it.
So let's see here. We have Charleston White. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear the audio.
He looks like a
Guess some
Don
people
Store
throw
Damon
their job
Wayans.
away based on what they feel.
Yeah,
I ain't losing
Damon
no money for
Wayans.
nobody.
This is dumb.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is Anton, so I'm gonna throw
Who the
something up.
fuck is Anton?
I guess he's really big and
Like his
you know
his lamb chops. Is that what they? Oh, that's a hoodie. My bad.
Let's see here.
I don't believe in giving away no bags.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you go broke, boy, them feelings intensify even more.
Don't nobody want to listen. It ain't nothing. It's nothing more dehumanizing than an inability to be able to provide for your family.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing.
To not be able to go and pay that bill.
Yeah. I'm saying, yeah, nothing.
But it's funny because I think that a lot of these guys out here, I think that they actually fear you now. I think that I don't know. See, I think a lot of these entertainers and rappers fear you now, bro.
Oh no,
you got a lot of people, homie. They waking up every day to try to discredit me.
But you can easily research and find out exactly what it is that you are, though.
And not only are they trying to discredit me, they trying to assassinate my character so other people don't admire me.
I don't think that work no more on the internet.
Nah, they trying hard though. But what it is people that don't live in my city.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas is not Fort Worth, and Fort Worth is not Dallas. Nobody from Dallas comes to Fort Worth and does community work. I go to Dallas and do community work.
Why is Dallas and Fort Worth so it seemed divided? I wouldn't say divided.
But it's like two different worlds.
Because every time I come through, I stay in Dallas. So should I stay in Fort Worth?
Nah, you should stay in Dallas.
You said that quick though.
You'll stay in Dallas.
Ain't nothing in Fort Worth.
Ain't nothing in Fort Worth?
Yeah, it's not the place.
For billionaire, millionaire white people. So we got a lot of billionaires. It's a real conservative town. But the black people are still they're just now coming out the 50s or the 60s in their mindset in Fort Worth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nah.
So wait a minute. So is that big of a gap between the black people and the white people in Fort Worth?
The civil rights movement didn't make it through Fort Worth. It went through Dallas. Dallas got black leaders. Dallas had a black mayor. They had a black police chief. Fort Worth ain't never had no black person in power. Nothing. We had a Philadelphia mixed breed, light skin, hazel green eye.
Okay, I was gonna mention, but he's saying it now because we did have one, but he was like scheming and stealing and all sorts of stuff. But we did have one, Fitzgerald, Chief Fitzgerald. That was his name.
Okay, I'm lost in how that is relevant to my point.
Yeah, John, he said something about whenever Charleston was talking about Fort Worth, and so
Okay,
I just found this.
Charleston, he's an idiot. He has nothing relevant. If he wants to talk about civil rights,
I'm not coming on this, Stanley.
he should know about civil rights.
There's a shorter clip. Basically, what I'm saying, Stanley, is that he tried to go about it in a more positive stuff.
How is that clip positive?
Well, no, this not this clip. What I'm referring to is another clip, a shorter clip, where he says, "Hey, man, I tried to be more positive. No one paid attention to me, and then I became more, flamboyant, bombastic, and I was able to get people's attention."
Okay, so John, that's even worse. John, that's even worse.
Well, I
So
think that
here is what I heard, or I will just run it through my dirty filter. He couldn't use his words, so he decided to be flamboyant. Dude, that's a clown show.
well, he's using the same words, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay, what you're not understanding is maybe he wasn't good enough.
Very well could be.
Maybe he needed an education. Maybe if the words he weren't used, or the words
Mhm.
that he learned
All of that could be true,
weren't good enough. I don't care about Charleston White. Who is he?
Well, you
Why
talked
is
about
he important?
well, you talked about the things I say or Be Brave says, and I say, or versus the things you say, and I think that like you put on
Well,
one.
what I say, I've actually thought about.
Well,
What Be Brave says, he doesn't fucking understand his own words. And John, I'll leave it up to you to figure out what you do.
but I
But
think
I'm kind of like Be Brave. I'm pretty sure of my point.
you when you want to present information, you like to present positive information, right? You do your streams about hell, black inventions and stuff like that. We had a guy up here talking about the car company that was about black people. And I say that'll be interesting to Stanley for his show. Other people probably take a different approach to it, and there's no right or wrong way, I think. Some people want to shock you into is it like telling people to lose weight? Some people say, they're more harsh in their treatment of you, telling you to lose weight. Some people are more coddling of you. What way works? I don't know. Different people, different approaches. And I think what you're seeing is different people taking different approaches to try to motivate people to improve themselves. This is, at least from my perspective, this is not about.
Well, if you're training a child, which approach is better? Start out negative?
No, it'd be start out positive, but in many cases,
Okay, well,
not true,
that I think you proved
right?
as best I can. Sometimes start positive.
With the children, I do agree with you, but I do think I do think an element of ridicule works.
Oh,
There's nothing like
you're opening a door to my next point.
It's nothing like a moment where you've been embarrassed. There's nothing like being embarrassed that makes you want to change whatever behavior that got you into that embarrassing moment. And so, I think there is some value to embarrassing people for their behavior.
And I think there is no value to embarrassing adults.
Mm.
I think there is no value
I
to
hear
presenting toilets first thing in the morning.
Fair enough.
You're gonna get Be Braves and
Fair enough.
CTs, but god damn it, I don't think Be Brave is a problem solver. I don't think CT is a problem solver.
Well, I think
I motherfucking have solved problems in the real world.
Well, I'm not
That's what
disagreeing.
you and many other people in this space don't understand. I have solved problems.
Well, and if
Be
you
Brave has not. He solved his own problems.
if you listen to
Barely.
if you listen to some of the things I say, though, you hear me say like,
Oh, I listen to you all the time, John. I'm a fan.
Well, and underneath all that, what I tell the people that come here to listen, man, these are more or less productive people. I would say by and large, most of the people in the chat, they work somewhere. And I think that, there are some additional measures you can take, steps you can take to further progress yourself. And I talk a lot about like passing the baton and stuff like that. And a lot of times,
I saw that. I saw that.
And a lot of times, you may think you're doing a good job of passing the baton to your son, but I think there are different ways, the laws, the rules.
Fuck that. You're a parent.
Just
you
how
do the best you
fast you
can.
right?
You don't often think about laws. You don't often think about anything.
Well,
You
let
parent.
me give you an example
See,
of what I mean.
the problem with parenting is that there are no rules, there are no laws. It's just you. And you have to figure it out. That's a beautiful thing about parenting.
Very
You
well
have to know your
educated.
child, you have to know yourself, and it can be very real.
Well, I think you're talking about on more of a parenting level.
Well,
and
you brought up parenting.
Well, That's true. And you've raised a fully grown adult now who's going off and done well. And
you will. You're in the process.
and so what I focus, there's Bob. Bob, we had my man
Okay,
Philippe.
bring his ass up here so I
Bob,
can shit on Morehouse and
Philippe.
him too.
Well, why don't you roll it back, that Morehouse graduate, that Morehouse graduate, Facebook worker. Now he works for Facebook.
And Bob, you're not immune.
Bob, I would love for you to hear this Morehouse grad, by the way.
Oh, but the substitute is in.
Stanley, why don't you replay that Morehouse grad, Stanley, for Bob?
No, give me a sec. 12th man is here.
But anyway, so Stanley, what I was saying.
Good evening, y'all.
What's up, 12th man? My message, I think, the thing that I would like to, I guess, propagate would be the word out to others is like, you see me running to the Africans, man, and they're teaming up, doubling up. You see me running to
what you fail to understand is I don't care who you rent to. Now, and I have to figure out that what you say doesn't apply to me. I get offended a lot. Africans aren't Americans.
Let me finish my point.
Yes, sir.
And I think that, like, what I'm saying is that, like, Americans, we've gotten so far into the individualistic camps.
And we should be more.
And I think that
Black people should be more.
I think that Black people need.
We are not going to sit around a drum and beat it to a John Galt tune.
Again, I very well could be wrong. And
it's
if I'm
a
wrong,
joke, John.
Yeah, I understand. But I that is my advice to people. It's not negative. It's positive. It is a solution. You may not like it for yourself, but it is a solution. You come along, another generation, you have your thoughts. And for people that may have children, they pull them up like Crown Reese. Me, I'm another guy that offers a different perspective. And I tell you what I see. Take it, like it or love it. You can take the advice as you see fit. But I think for many people, it is going to apply more and more as we go forward. Because there are many people in this country that looking at, the way they go about life totally radically different than the way Americans have been brought up to look at the way the world works the last 30, 40 years, at least in my life. There's a lot of, Stanley, in a lot of rap lyrics. I'll give you one example. I was thinking about this earlier today. Started from the bottom, now I'm here. Right? And and I know this sounds facetious, it sounds bullshit, but what they're saying is that they're reveling in starting from the bottom. That's how I take it. And there isn't a large element of young people who revel in, well, I'm starting from the bottom. My mother and some of the people that her peers talk about, I'm not leaving my children anything. In other words, they're going to leave their children to start from the bottom. And I think that paradigm shift where you have all the, don't let me use that word.
Okay, I'm lost with that paradigm shift.
And so what I'm talking about is
leaving them what?
Well, in terms of any type of inheritance. you see these 60-year-old men renting rooms for me. No inheritance, nothing.
Well, they probably know they're not going to leave stuff.
Well, but there was nothing left. And so again, we're starting at the bottom. Mm-hmm. And what I'm saying, man, it really pains me, honestly. I'll tell you, Sally.
It should not pain you. You didn't cause it.
Well, I didn't cause it, but I like.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Once again, I made an observation that you care way more than I do.
Yeah. Here's the thing. The other day, man, I got a phone call from a buddy of mine. I think he's been on the channel. I don't know. And a few days after celebrating his birthday party, he needed some money.
This is funny.
He needed money.
In bed with my lady.
Bob.
Well, good for you. I'm so happy that we can entertain you in bed with your lady. Tell her to laugh because I'll make a joke about it.
And so anyway, so what I was saying is that, like, you know, a lot of these people that are, you know, you see them on the stream all the time. And in the case of the 60-year-old man, he was separated from his sister, and now you got to pay me by virtue of a government grant given to his sister and not him. So it separated their family, separated their income coming to a household. And from what I see, from my vantage point, which might be different from yours, and I think that's the beauty of this channel, is that we bring a lot of different perspectives. We have a young lady, Portia, truck driver, HB, a Vietnamese crack, retired guy like yourself, and then someone like me down on the street in the ghetto and shit. And I see that the people that are coming here are able to really, really take advantages, while the people that have been here all their lives are looking at things through a different lens, a lens that maybe not, that doesn't work the way it used to. And for people that have children, like myself and yourself, and they're looking at the world one way, I think we give them a viewpoint of the world.
What you need to understand is I care about people, but I don't care enough to a point that I'm going to be distracted from what I do.
Well, you know, for me, it
You
doesn't
can care too much.
Well, for me, it doesn't distract me because it's all a part of a day's work for me, right? You know, I'm not some community organizer, volunteer.
It's a work that you like to do.
Yeah, yeah. And that is the thing, right? And that is one of the other things that I like to harp on, is that I think that you have to get in where you fit in.
And what you need to understand is if you fit in, no one else has to.
And I think
that's what Too Short said.
Yo, you are just gonna hop in when you want there.
So what I'm saying,
thought I heard a pause. My bad.
I think you didn't.
Yeah, you're all right, 12 man. But I think that a lot of people.
No, actually, he's not.
I think a lot of people have been getting in.
Oh, you want me to leave, Stanley? I'll check out. No
You
problem.
know what? Up to you.
Anyway, I think
hit the pause, hit the leave, go away when you want to. You need to understand that 12th man, you're here. Hang out.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I was just gonna add in.
Yes, I am not going to
All
cry.
right, I can't say nothing.
Oh no, what you can do is hang out. I invited you to do that, Mr. 12th man.
But not be able to add in.
No, you cannot interject when you're not welcome to do it. It is one of the weird things about conversation. You figure out when to come in, and if someone says wait, you wait. Is that something beyond your comprehension, 12th man?
Nope.
What's up, 12th man? What's up, 12th man? How's it going?
Pretty good. My dad died today.
Oh shit!
Sorry to hear that.
Where was your dad located?
In Fayetteville, Arkansas.
When's the last time you saw him?
It's been about 10 years.
Gotcha. So it was so important.
How often did you get in talk to him, 12th man?
Oh, we talked all the time on the phone and through video chat and all that stuff.
No shit.
We're pretty well connected.
Maybe that's the thing. Like, I would buy my dad phone after phone after phone. I don't know what the
And
fuck
this is not going to be that show.
Anyway, sorry to hear that, 12th man. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thank
you.
I appreciate that.
If you hang on, we can talk about your father.
Damn, George, man. Sorry to hear that.
Is
But
it
yeah,
the first time you've ever lost someone, 12th man?
No, I lost
Now
my
I'm
grandma.
curious.
I lost my grandma who lived to 98 years old
Uh-huh.
a couple of
Now,
years back. Yes, sir.
when's the last time you saw your mother?
Well, we do FaceTime and all that stuff.
Were they together? How
See
long
her
have
all
they
the
been
time.
divorced?
No, that they was about to well
Okay, that
they
question
they
was,
celebrated a gold anniversary and
so
was
they were
working
married.
on what's the one after that,
So
platinum or
they were
something.
married. Don't care about gold or any of that stuff. Were they married?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So
Worked
then
their
now we
fingers
might
to
have
the
a
bone to
conversation.
raise us.
How's your mother doing?
Well,
What are
she's
your
resting.
what are your plans to go down and be with your mother?
Well, there's not going to be a funeral or anything, so there's nothing really for me.
I'm
My
thoroughly
dad
confused.
wanted to be cremated, so
You're not going to be
my
there
sister
to deal with it?
is.
Mhm. Are
And
you
she's
the
down there with
oldest child?
she's down there with mama
Are
right
you the
now.
oldest child?
Well, you could kind of say I'm a black sheep, but so is my sister in a way. We're a lot alike.
Thoroughly lost. You seem to have that weird be brave inability to, yeah, um, inability to answer direct questions.
Well,
Are
answering it the
you
best I
going
can,
to,
Stanley.
well, the best is good, I guess. So you're not going to be able, as the oldest, to go down and manage this, to be with your
No,
mother?
my sister's only 3 years younger than me. She can
Okay,
handle it.
don't care about that. Are you the oldest? Was
Yeah, I'm old. Yes, sir.
oldest? Are you the oldest child?
I'm the oldest child. Yeah.
And you are going to not be able to go down and help your mother out with this?
Don't have the money,
Gotcha.
and neither does she. Plus, they didn't have burial insurance, so my mom's gonna have to pay for the cremation out of pocket. Then
Gotcha.
we're gonna save those ashes, and then if me or sis lives longer than mom, then they're gonna be ashes put together and then buried at the National Cemetery.
Hmm.
yeah, sorry to hear that, Tough man. Real sorry to hear that, man. It's always
Yeah,
Pretty
hard to
definitely
keep track
sorry
of it.
for your loss.
Well,
Yeah,
he
always
had
hard to keep
VA
track.
health care. He had this shitty VA health care. And like my mom was in the hospital a few months ago, I think for a hip displacement or something like that. And then like my dad had a small heart attack then too, because they did the not the EKG. Is that the EKG where they put the things all over your body to see if
Going
you're
to be
gonna?
distracted.
Well, anyway, they should have just gave him a pacemaker like my mom has. Instead, the VA just
Really?
put him on a pill instead of giving him an actual pacemaker. Bullshit. VA sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. Um, it must suck you not being able to be there with your parents.
Yeah, it does, Stanley. You want to
Yeah,
drill it in some more?
it's gotta hurt,
I
man.
could. You want me to?
I mean, I had a tenant whose mother died during
Not
COVID.
that concerned about tenants.
His mother died during COVID, and he couldn't go back to see her in Australia, see her off.
Well, country or flying across the country? We're talking continents. We're
Yeah, and I'm just saying either way, it's gonna be,
okay. Well, see,
yeah.
this is where people get weirdly sidetracked.
Hmm.
How old are you, 12 man?
53.
Gotcha. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Well, you're not that much older than me, Stanley.
I'm not a part of your family, 12 man. Don't bring me into it.
Are you sure about that?
You know what?
I thought we were all family here.
I think Solid Snake is closer to your family.
Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I did think that was kind of funny, though. Be Brave giving you advice on land management when he may not even own some land of his own.
Yeah, I come up with jokes all the time.
Well, I didn't mean to kill the conversation.
No,
Oh no, you didn't kill it. You and John talk about a problem that can't be solved. Seems to be
Well,
your specialty.
you have to differentiate problems, Stanley. Like, there's ones you can solve and there's ones you can't. So you have to write them down. Write them down, Stanley.
First time I've ever heard that.
Write them down, like the ones you know or think you can do something about. Write those down, and then write the rest of them. And you have to kind of forget the rest of them and just work on the things you can solve. Because there's a lot of things people worry about that you have no control over. A lot of people sit around arguing and bitching at each other and hating each other over shit they have no control over.
You know what? You remind me of...
Hey, Stanley, I don't mean to interrupt you. But
no, go ahead, John.
I did a stream on the police officers that killed Karan Hilton Brown.
I could give a shit less.
Well, anyway, Trump is pardoning those guys.
I could give a shit less what Trump does.
I'm
president.
I understand. I'm just surprised. I'm surprised.
Do we have to hear about this? You seem mighty jiggity.
Yeah, I just got to
answer. You want to show this video?
What video are we talking about? Oh, we showing it for Bob. Is Bob still here? Is Bob still in there?
Bob's with his lady.
Yeah,
he doesn't care about us.
Bob. Stanley, do you mind if I ask John? Tell John something right quick because I'm gonna hop off in a second immediately after.
It will add to my entertainment.
What's
all
up?
right, John. You said you were still planning on doing that show with Be Brave, right?
I think about it, bro. That shit might be hilarious.
Okay, if you do it, I highly recommend you decide to make a Rumble account if you don't already have one and host it there instead. This way you can show any type of video that you want. You can go off topic that you want without worrying about getting copyrighted and all that.
Oh, we ain't showing no video. We just gonna take phone calls and talk about crime.
It's gonna be all dysfunction via audio, Garen. You didn't realize that?
Okay. No. I just now heard about it actually.
You just now heard about it, huh?
Yeah, I was rewatching some of the streams and I ended up going through a chain and I found the Be Brave one where you were looking over it, so I watched it myself. And John
you
said
should have been on this channel earlier. I did a whole critique of that bullshit.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant on Be Brave. I was like, nah, I don't like really watching Be Brave on his own. It's kind of boring.
But unfortunately, he's too scared to let me up to his panel.
Yeah, he's too sensitive. That's why I don't like watching sensitive ass niggas. I can't deal with niggas, much less the white man. Yeah, that's all I had to say. Thanks, Stanley.
Sensitive
Oh no,
ass,
stay. Hey,
sensitive
you
ass
can only
motherfucker.
add to this conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna, man, when we get back, I want to cover that, man. Like, damn, I can't believe Trump pardoned that police officer that killed that man that was convicted of killing that young black boy. Wow, that is pretty amazing. It's shocking to me.
Well,
Well,
you
he
got to look
kept
at
his
the
promise.
backstory.
Hmm?
Oh,
He didn't.
what's the backstory, 12th man? You're good at putting stories in the back. Give us that backstory.
No, basically, this guy was running from the police on a motor scooter and was hit by another car while running from the police. They charged.
So, is this going to be a separate story from the actual storming of the Capitol? Are we supposed to feel sorry?
No. I'm not saying I feel sorry. I'm saying it is very interesting. That
Why
he would
is it
choose,
interesting?
because it was a local matter, right? It was just pretty local. But DC's police, DC's court system, all that is federal. So that's what's interesting. So he basically, DC, they talk about home rule a lot. And so what he basically went against was their own home rule, because they had a
Did he
policy.
storm the Capitol, or was
And
this a
it's not about the
separate
Capitol.
thing?
This is much more interesting to me than that. The police officer, someone
Okay,
asked
this
for-
isn't all about you, John.
no, someone asked for the name Andrew Zabowski. If you Google on the channel Karon, Karon, you'll see a stream that we talked about Karon Hilton Brown, Hylton. Yeah, damn, that's pretty provocative of Trump, I would say.
Well, not provocative to me. Trump pretty much made his point. No one. Now, the interesting thing is pardons don't clear criminal records. I want to see him do that. That's the part that doesn't get reported.
Can you do that?
Pardons don't mean you don't have a felony on your record. The pardon gets put on the record as well. So,
Can you clear someone's criminal? Can a president do that? Is that possible?
a pardon does not clear the offense.
Can you clear someone's record? Can a
I have
president
no
do it?
clue.
Oh, I don't.
Actually, there is a way, exoneration or something. You can be exonerated. Presidents can't do that, but they can pardon you. They
That's
can
one thing I like
expunge,
about
exonerate.
Alaska, Stanley.
I don't give a fuck about Alaska. You live
Well,
there,
it's
I
like
don't.
once you serve your time and finish paying your fines and all that bullshit, then you get your gun rights back, your voting rights
Yeah, just
back,
like
everything.
Florida, that's every state in America.
No,
12
it's
man.
not.
Actually, it is.
No,
Florida.
it's not.
Actually,
They're
it is.
actually BLM is still fighting
Motherfucker,
for
why are we talking about BLM again? Why is
because
BLM
they're
relevant to your
still
point?
like once
Okay,
you
no,
serve your
now you've got my attention, 12th man. I will shit on your points. You will be a Be Brave substitute.
okay, whatever, Stanley. Like, look,
Yep.
like there's certain states you get your rights back,
Which
and Alaska
states?
is the only
Which
state you
states
get your
besides
gun rights
Alaska?
back. There's
Florida
a few
does
other
the same
states that
thing. You can get your gun rights back in other states. Alaska is not special.
not without a pardon
Not
or
without a
something
what,
like
12th
that.
man? 12th man, hear my point. Alaska is not the only state that a felon can get gun rights back. Am I right
I
or wrong?
didn't say that.
Then
Anybody can get their
motherfucker, you
gun
didn't
rights
say
back, but
anything
you have
worth
to go
hearing.
through a lot of hoops.
Okay, you gotta go through hoops, but you
That's
can
right.
get your gun rights back, correct?
Maybe, maybe not.
12th man, stop,
If you're
stop,
denied,
stop,
if you're
stop,
denied, then you
stop,
don't get
stop,
them
stop.
back.
I understand Your
In
heart is
Alaska, you
broken.
naturally
No,
get them back,
motherfucker, you
and
are
nowhere else
back
does it.
talking.
Nowhere else does that,
Alaska is
Stanley.
not the only state that you can get gun rights back if
Yeah,
you're
it
a
is.
felon. Correct?
Yeah, it
Not the only
is. Where
state.
you naturally get
Not
them back.
the naturally. Now you're putting qualifiers.
Yeah, once you finish your probation and pay your fines, then
There
you
are
get them
other
back. That's how
states.
it works here.
There are other states besides Alaska. Correct?
That do that, where you just automatically
Yes.
get your voting
Yes.
rights and all that back.
Yes.
Where?
Florida.
Pick one, Stanley.
Florida.
I don't think so in Florida. I
Then
think you're
you
wrong.
don't know so.
They
If you
still
don't
have
think
a
so,
felon
if
possession.
you don't think so, you don't know so, 12th
They
man.
still have a felon possession of
Motherfucker,
firearm
you
as a state
fail
law.
the test.
No, you did.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, in
You're not
Florida,
the
you have
brave
to
level. Well, see,
you have
here's
to
the
seek
thing. You're not.
clemency.
No, don't fuss with me, son. You're
I don't
simply
think you're
wrong.
dealing with
You're
facts right now.
not very well researched. You will spout shit out
I lived in Florida,
because
so yeah, I'd say
you
I'm
can
fairly researched.
love all you want. My point is
You
Alaska's
do not
not.
naturally get your rights back
You're
in
gonna
Florida. Sorry.
what the
You're full
define
of it.
naturally get your rights back, you
Yeah,
dumb
once you
son of
do
a
your
bitch.
time and finish your probation or
And then you
parole and
automatically
pay
get the
all your
shit back.
fines.
You're full of shit, 12th man.
No,
You
you
know it,
are.
I know it.
I've been through it, dude. I know what I'm
You
talking
know
about.
what? That's the other thing I meant to bring up. That's only shit a felon would know.
Yeah, thank you. So you admit you're wrong. Carry on.
No, I admit you're a felon.
Oh, okay. I'm a felon with the same rights as you.
Let me ask you another question.
Sure.
Does your record get expunged? You get your gun back, but you're still a felon, right?
Well, long guns. You're still not allowed
Okay,
to
I
have
don't
a
give a
handgun.
shit about what type of gun. You're still a felon. It's still on your
So?
record, correct?
And I still have the same
No,
rights as you.
dumb son of a
Imagine that.
bitch. You want to wallow around in your felony. You're still a felon,
And
correct?
I still have the same rights as you. So what?
And motherfucker, you have something I don't have.
So?
Can you guess what that would be?
Been a lot of
You
recovery
got an
for people.
extra that I don't have. Can you guess
So?
what that would be?
And guess what? I can
No,
still own
don't
guns
ask me to
and vote
guess.
just like you. So what?
But you
I'm
have
past it.
something.
I'm past
You
it.
have some baggage I don't have, correct?
So?
See, this is where Be Brave and 12th Man and all those motherfuckers cannot think their way out of a paper bag. You're still a felon.
So?
Yeah, so?
God has forgiven
Oh,
me. I don't care if you do or not, Stanley. I'm not
motherfucker,
here.
care about laws. Them
I'm not
motherfuckers
here seeking
crossing
your
the southern,
forgiveness,
them
motherfucker.
motherfuckers crossing the
Alright?
southern border. They committed a crime.
Yeah, murders and
So did
rapes
you,
and all
bitch.
that.
So
All
did you,
I did
bitch.
was resist
You know
arrest.
what? From my standpoint, 12th man, a felon is a felon.
Oh, well, whatever. Nice, you have a nice
No, tell
blanketed,
me I'm
bigoted
wrong,
view.
Mr. Lawyer.
I'm glad you have a nice, bigoted,
12th man,
blanketed view.
Mr. 12th man, the Alaska prison lawyer. You're a felon just like other felons.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we
And
agree on that then. We
Well,
can
like
move on.
40%
No,
of
I will
society is a
shit on you
felon.
more. It's easy to shit on you at this point.
Go ahead.
The only thing I need is Be Brave to shit on too, because he's probably a felon.
I don't think he is.
Well,
To me, he
your
doesn't.
thoughts,
To me, he
as a
doesn't.
you.
He doesn't look like he has the balls to fight a cop back or anything. He'd never do anything like that. He doesn't have any nuts. You want to see an OG like me roll up angry in the middle of the night, you better be ready to do something. 'Cause this cracker don't play.
You a felon. Rolling up where? Now I'm curious. You know where this is gonna go. Oh, he left. Oh, you're back.
I'm finishing my bladder, Stanley.
Yeah, on air.
I mean, pouring wine.
Something like a felon would do. Pissing on air.
No, I said wine, Stanley.
I
Can you
lost.
tell that?
I don't give a
You're
fuck.
wrong again. How about that shit?
Oh yeah, I am wrong. I regret that you are draining a bladder.
Well, you're draining a Bud Light can, aren't you?
You know what? Even if I am, so what?
Yeah. So what?
I'm not a felon.
And
Well, I don't have to go much farther.
have you ever been appointed by the governor to anything? Because I have.
Nah. Other than governor's honors chemistry, no.
You never volunteered for your state or anything to do anything in your state
Motherfucker, I was a
for the
naval officer.
positive?
I volunteered for a thing or two.
No, you were getting paid for that.
No, what you're not going to be able to do, I volunteered to serve our country in the military, in the
Thank you for your
Navy. As a
service.
matter of fact, motherfucker, don't thank me.
All right, I won't.
All I'm saying is don't talk shit because you're not capable. You are not the sort of person. You are not my equal.
Capable of what?
You are not my equal.
I think you don't like white people, Stanley. That's what
I
I
think
think.
I don't like dumb people, 12th man.
You don't like white people. That's what it
I
is.
think I just don't like dumb people. You can be dumb and
I'm
black.
far
You can be
from
dumb and
dumb.
white. You can be just dumb.
I'm far from dumb.
No, what you
That's your
are
opinion.
not that.
Your
You are
opinion
not
doesn't mean
you
shit, Stanley.
well then it actually does.
Opinion of me? No, it doesn't.
Sure it does.
Life goes on with or without you, homie.
That part you
I don't
got
give
right.
a fuck what you think about
Then
me.
don't give a fuck. I'm not asking you to. But what I am going to say is you're not far from dumb. You're getting closer.
Oh, okay. Well, we're all getting closer to death too. So
Yep. Good comparison. In any case,
got anything else to talk about, like food or something?
nope. How about you?
Portia may have fell asleep.
Fallen asleep.
She's
And
such a
frankly, I
sweetheart,
hope she
Stanley.
has.
Yeah, I hope so too. She didn't really. She sounded like she was worn out when she was talking a while ago.
She's a tad
Poor,
tired.
poor girl, like working all them jobs and teaching all those kids, just wearing her fingers to the bone, just to have a better society. We need more people like that, I think. You know? Yeah, the only thing I got, Stanley, is like my dad too. You know, he worked his ass off, served in the army, and did all the good things. You know, and still worked from some pretty shitty jobs just to raise us kids and make sure we're fed and housed and sent off to school and everything. And you know, he did you know, he was a good man.
Well, it sounds
Kept
like he
his
did the best he could.
Yeah. So did my grandma, Stanley. She grew up in the Dust Bowl days. I'm sure you're an expert on history, Stanley. So
Nope.
you know
Afraid
about.
I'm not an expert, but I'm
Well, you
familiar
love
with
it
the
though.
Dust
You
Bowl.
know about the Dust Bowl days, right?
I've heard of it.
When rice farms were being started in Arkansas and Louisiana and a lot of the South. I think maybe almost every southern state has a rice farm of some kind or another. So my grandma was part of that. Great, great pioneer of the Industrial Revolution. I was just getting started. Well,
Yeah.
actually, it was before that, but she was a big part of it. Where her and Grandpa worked their asses off too, Stanley.
Right.
Of course, they're both gone now, but my grandma lived to be 98 years old. Stanley. But anyway, I see you're wanting to move on to something else. So
Yep. All
I,
the interesting people have gone, and the interesting person
you
doesn't
don't
want to
find
come
me
back.
interesting, Stanley? What the hell?
I do, but you're in mourning. I can't expect you to be. Oh, excuse me. Can't expect you to be totally entertaining.
Yeah. Well, I cried when I was talking to my mom, and I'm sure I'll cry some more over it tonight. But you know, I never been the type of guy like the Bible tells us that there's life and death. So you know, you're kind of always expecting it if you read the Bible. You know, it could just be right around the corner.
Well,
And
you want to
you
read us a
just never.
Bible verse now?
You want me to?
Sure, why not?
I could read it out of my Trump Lee Greenwood Bible that I ordered.
So you spent money on that. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I have a few different Bibles. That's one thing. A lot of the preachers don't like. They don't like you reading different part of the text, and but I think Jesus was a man of many languages, and he pretty much tried to speak in as many languages as he could. So he also said, there are those, I think he said, there are those you know not of. And I thought maybe he's talking about aliens or something. Let's see. I turned the light brighter. So should I just open it up and pick a random one, or there's something particular you wanted to hear, Stanley?
Well, I figure
Okay,
you're a
so
Bible reader. Pick your favorite verse.
okay, Nehemiah 7, verse 1. Now it came to pass when the wall was built, and I had to set up the doors, and the porters and the singers and the Levites were appointed, that I gave my brother Hannah to the Hananiah, the ruler of palace, charge over Jerusalem, for he was a faithful man and feared God above many.
Amen.
That was like, of course, I wish we could live out without walls, Stanley, but maybe we need them.
Which wall? The one. Now I'm curious. Walls at the southern border.
Well, of course, they were speaking in the context of Israel, where they had to build a wall around the city to keep
Same Israel that exists now.
pretty much, yeah.
Interesting. So Israel, as it is now, existed back in the Old Testament.
Yeah, because don't you remember, like they wandered in the desert for so many days or years. I don't know how they use those kind of mathematics to measure days way back then, but seems like it was a lot more, because they say, well, this happened and such lived to be 1,000 and such, or like too old to really be real. So I'm thinking they calculated years differently back then. Stanley?
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
it does.
Like maybe they were
So,
counting seasons as years back then.
okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Stanley.
Well, no, I'm about to.
That's how they would say so and so was like Moses was 897 when he died or something, but maybe they were counting seasons instead of years or something.
American Man, actually, blacks talked about, being in conversation with Irony. Do you, um, give me a link, give me a show. I'd love to see y'all taking him to task. Um, I imagine blacks could. You and blacks together. Our poor Irony would have been overmatched. So we'll listen to tonight, but give me more you and blacks against Irony. That would definitely be something I want to hear.
Why would blacks be against Ireland?
Irony, not Ireland, not the country.
Oh,
Did I say Ireland? Maybe I misspoke. So
that's
anyway,
what I thought you said. You might have said it correctly, Stanley.
all right. Well, here we go, and who knows how long this is.
America, my name is Jaime Joseph Frimpong, and make no mistake, LeVar Ball was a mediocre basketball player, pretty good. I mean, college, JUCO basketball player. I think he played some football too. And he got all three of his boys into the National Basketball Association from being just, like I said, a regular, mediocre to slightly good, better than average college basketball player. And he played some football too. And you have to understand that was 100% fatherhood. It was just that he understood the assignment, as the kids say, and we need to understand that that's what good fatherhood looks like. And they don't want us to admit that that's what good fatherhood looks like. And it's not clear that this was going to happen whether the kids wanted to play basketball or not. Now, when kids get good at stuff, they tend to want to do it. But make no mistake, this wasn't about, well, I'll just kind of listen to them and let them do what they feel like, because this is LeVar Ball talking to his kid.
I'm going to make you lift weights today. Yes, right after we finish eating. Oh. We'll be good, man. Make sure you're on point. Gotcha. We're going to get down.
Dad, I don't even care.
I ain't going to the chiropractor before we lift. You ain't going to no damn chiropractor. We're going to lift, then you go to the chiropractor, man.
I'm not breathing, my back hurts.
When you breathe, your back hurts.
Breathing.
It don't hurt when you're going swimming and going out all the time and laughing and joking.
You know when your kids is bullshitting you. Oh, but all that hard work paid off though, didn't it? Dropped you twice in one possession.
So yeah, you have to understand what it means that you don't let your kids decide what they want to do with their day or their life. They are your kids. Now, I don't want my kids to be professional athletes. I don't think that you should want your kids to be professional athletes. He knew that he was a big guy. His wife was a big guy. He probably had a pretty good chance of making pretty good sized sons. And he knew enough about basketball to get them from point A to point B, coach their teams. He just decided that, as you should, once you have kids, everything else becomes a hobby. Like my kids, I'm training them to be law professors because I think that's a pretty good job. All 50 states, they have law professors. There are lots of law schools. I can get them from birth to law professor. And if they, at some point in time, they get off that train somewhere, it'll be for something better than being a law professor, but the default's going to be law school professor. And I think that's a pretty good default position in America. Let's not pretend that in 10, 15, 20 years, there aren't going to be law professors. I think my kids should be among that number, and I don't have to worry about CTE, and I think they could do good work for society. So the default is law professors, and nobody's going to tell me, well, what if they want to do fashion? What if their passion is that? I do not care. I do not care. I'm still setting them up to be law professors. And let's be honest, 18 years in this household, by the time they get out, it'll be an attractive life. So I I don't have to worry about that. And I'll tell you that the worst parents in these United States are liberals, especially white liberals, but some of that bleeds over into the black community. And when I say some of that bleeds over into the black community, take a look at Deion Sanders having to fend off people talking about the way he parents his kid. This is Deion.
You have said that if the right team does not pick him, that you will intervene.
That's my son. It's not like who I would like for him to play for. It's a couple teams that I won't allow him to play for. It's almost like you got a child that's going into an occupation that you already dominated in. Like, come on. And you don't think I'm not gonna sit there like a navigational system and tell him take a right there, take a left right there, take a not that, not that. Oh, no. Like, that's who I'm called to. That's my son. I'm not gonna let my son get down in no foolishness.
But you and I both know these coaches, these owners, right? You've been in the rooms.
Right.
The owners, billionaire owners,
yes,
will often say, well, this is a young man who should be making his own decisions. He's got this helicopter dad.
Not my son.
You have said,
yeah, this nonsense that kids should make their own decisions and that's like enlightened is ridiculous, is absurd, and it's a con. It's a con because that's not how you win, people. That's not how you win, and you just don't trust your own judgment. And this movement's led by a bunch of women who don't want to be responsible for making bad decisions. So they're saying that any parent who makes any decisions for their kids is a bad parent because they don't want to be responsible for making decisions because they might make a mistake. So it's their fear that's been like liberals' fear that's been legitimized through the culture and to ward parents off of parenting. And I do think that there is a bigger plot to separate black fathers from being fathers, because I don't know if America could take too many black fathers actually being fathers in these United States, because we have to understand that this is a family game. This is a family game, and I didn't really understand this until I became a father, and I realized all the stuff that I give my kid and that my father wanted to give me, but like it didn't happen for a few reasons. And there was a plot against him in the culture, because when you meet a person, you don't meet just that person, you meet that person's family. You meet how that person was raised and the skills that they accrued before they knew how to say no. Like they just accrued stuff. Like my daughters and son can all do things better than a lot of adults, and they're 12, 10 and 7, and they're just going to get better. So when you meet them, when they take a test, when they write an essay, when they read a book, you're not just watching them, you're seeing everything that I poured into them. They're getting everything that I've read and everything that I've written, like filtered through their mind. And so in some ways, hopefully, if I do my job right, it's even better than what I can do, in the same way that all 3 of LeVar Ball's kids play better than he does. And I think that's just appropriate. But the culture will tell you that, no, you should let them do what they want to do. Now, mind you, Deion was talking.
There are a lot of things wrong. I generally agree with Army, at least on the family stuff. And I think he is, wavering off course here. LeVar Ball, really?
What did he say, Stanley?
That's American man level stupid. I'm
It's
sorry,
interesting
what,
because
man?
I wasn't expecting to hear LeVar Ball speak like that. So that was interesting.
How so?
Just I don't know, just like everything. Like he has like the way that he delivers his message. Like what we just saw is the same thing, but like his commentary, I'm not used to hearing him talk like that. So I'm not gonna be able to go into full detail, because little.
Well, that's all right. My main problem is, um, I don't know. In a way, to me anyway, it plays into the narrative of, basketball dads. There are other things to do besides play basketball. We don't, excuse me, we don't all have to be athletes or entertainers.
About his grown sons and what he would let his grown sons do because he's a real father. He is a real father. He coached his kids' teams. I don't think Shiloh's ever, or the Shador has ever had a son that wasn't a coach that wasn't his daddy. I think Shador coached. Deion coached his son's like Pop Warner team and high school team and all of his college teams. So, this idea that you do not realize the potential in your kids by intentional parenting and that their life is a conjoined effort. Their success is a group project. And they might not always be the drivers of that group project. And that is perfectly appropriate. That is perfectly appropriate. That the kids are not the drivers of the group project because they're kids. Because they are kids. And so every day I make my kids do things that they don't want to do. Every day. I make them eat things they don't want to eat. I make them run and exercise in ways they don't want to run and exercise. And I make them play music in ways that they don't want to play music. I make them do math in ways that they don't want to do math. Because what they want doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They know that their life isn't about what they want. And that is perfectly, they also know that that's perfectly appropriate. They also know that they win. When they listen to me, they win, and they live a life outside of this house that is superior because inside of this house, they live a life like that was organized by their parents, right? And they contribute and they think about it, and then they do what?
Now, this is where Arami goes wrong. I have not in forever heard him say his kids have fun. That's where he goes too far. Kids have to be kids.
What we tell them to do.
And should be.
Because we've thought about it and we take responsibilities for also the screw ups. You have to take that responsibility seriously. That means if you tell them to do and you force them to do something that they shouldn't do, you have to own that. Right? So you have to actually research. And I think this is where a lot of liberal parents just want to get out of doing the job. They don't want to take responsibility for screwing up their kids. So they say that nobody should actually parent their kids. And that parenting their kids is oppressive and that the kids are their own people. No, the kids are not their own people. The kids are not. They grow into their own people, but they're radically underdetermined. And so far as their kids, that's part of what it is to be a kid. Radically underdetermined. And so they need direction, guidance, and even activity. We decide what they need. We decide how they're going to meet their needs. And we even part of the act of waking them up and spoon feeding them everything in order to get them to where they need to go. Right? And so let me play this last little of our ball clip and I'll let you marinate on that. I'll let you marinate on.
I tell folks, I ain't sacrificed nothing for that. Investing in my boys instead of buying real estate, I'm gonna invest millions of dollars in my sons. I said, man, I got 3 lotto tickets. I just ain't cashed them in yet. All my boys are millionaires. Now, if you do not give your kid a trade, send them to school. Give them some education because you're like, man, I ain't gonna be the biggest, fastest. They ain't gonna play no sports. I gotta get my job doing something. Now, here's the thing. I never was gonna pay for college. So I don't have to save no money. So I can buy BMWs and Cadillacs for my boys while they're in high school. They was gonna get scholarships before they even had it. I'm like, man, I'm not paying for no school. Yeah. But I'm like, they're gonna make money playing sports. I already established that. I gotta tell folks,
I do not
impressive.
Appreciate all aspects of LaVar Ball's parenting, but I do appreciate that he took that part of the job seriously. He knew that his job wasn't to go out and make money go out and be a real estate and be a big baller that way. His job was to raise his kids.
Jesus.
And that was the most precious asset he had, to raise his kids. If you have kids in the United States and you're somewhat
Totally skewing that message.
you're not too broken yourself, you have a lottery ticket. You have a lottery ticket. And your life should be a group project in concert with your children, because their life's awesome that way, and you get to participate as a contributing member of their awesome life, right? And a superior life. And if you don't, they might get eaten, and you get to blame yourself, or you should blame yourself for when they get eaten, because you didn't pour enough in and you didn't give them the culture. You weren't up in the morning and waking them up and getting them through their morning workout. Aaron Donaldson's dad, turns out, had him lifting and working out when he was like 12 years old every day, like 4:30 in the morning. I don't know if that's particularly healthy, but Donaldson's a pretty good defensive player. He retired at 30, zillionaire. And like I said, it's not necessarily what I want for my kids, because I don't want my kids to be professional athletes necessarily. But insofar as the parents had a plan, their fathers had a plan, and they realized it, and they acted. And often it's going to be hostile business if you're not up to the hostility. If you're not willing to fight with your kids, if they're not crying, they're not learning. My kids cry pretty often about things I put them through. You know what? They're also
Jesus
awesome,
Christ.
and they know it's in love.
Little bit too far.
That's just what it is. It's just what it is. And they get mixed messages from the culture. And I told you before that I realized that the problem was letting them around basic white people who didn't know that they were basic, who the white people didn't know that themselves were basic. And then they would ask my kids all sorts of uncomfortable questions, like, do you enjoy running? Do you enjoy playing the violin or cello or piano? No, it's not about enjoying it. Nobody enjoys the hard things. No, you do it because it's what you're supposed to do. What you're supposed to do when you meet kids like my kids is thank them for putting on a wonderful display, congratulate them on their hard work and their discipline. Everybody wants surprises. Nobody wants to do what it takes to get there. And then keep moving, because you already screwed up your kids. And I suspect, I'll be honest, I suspect a lot of either liberals or just black women who screwed up their kids are going to be in the chat and screw and say that you're trying to live through your kids, or you should let them do what they want to do. You ignorant. You don't know enough to actually parent. You're the problem. You're just too lazy to actually figure out how to guide your child into being like a productive member of society in a meaningful way. And so you're damning them to all sorts of like confusion because of your ignorance and laziness. No, your whole job as a parent is pouring into your kids. By the way, if you think I'm a little bit off on this or something like that, and you're dating someone, and you're dating someone who you think you want to marry, and you really should watch this video together. And if your person you're fiancé to doesn't understand that I'm like right, I'm simply right, in a pretty unqualified way. The content can change. You don't have to train them to be professional basketball players or professional football players. The content can change, but you need to train them to do something. You need to have a plan and not just say that like, well, we'll just, hope they do good in school and they'll decide what they want. No, you need to have a more concrete plan than that. Like I said, my backup plan for them, my kids, is law professor. So that I'm gearing them so that their path from like 7 to law professor is actually really smooth and rather seamless. And if they want to get off that path at some point, like later on, it'll be to something even better. But imagine people who then come to want to be a law professor at like 22. They're going to be dealing with my kids, and you know what? They're not going to do very well. They're not going to do very well because my kids are going to eat them up. And I don't want your kids to get eaten by my kids. So I'm telling you right now, you need to be training your kids to do something. Plus, like I said, next 4 years, this is Trump's America. And we don't know how long it's going to be Trump's America. It could be J.D. Vance's America after that. Anyway, this is going to be an America for winners and losers. And this is going to be an America for kids who come from the right families, who are going to feed off of the kids who don't come from the right kinds of families. So what I want you to do is actually plan a life for your kids. And that's not just necessarily resources. That's not just money. That's not just giving your kid money. You need to give your kid culture. A lot of parents, especially boomer parents, where they got a little less confused, thought that the most important thing was that they go out and earn money. And then the institutions would raise their kids. But it turns out now your kids are off on TikTok or off on something else. And while you're off earning money, your kids have become wastrels and are kind of worthless. You sort of said a little bit no to the money and invested your time and resources and energy onto your kids. Coach that team, right? Coach that team. Like, get up with a summer plan for them to continue their schoolwork and increase their schoolwork. Your kids should be above grade level on math and reading, like, as a given. Like, if your kids need to be above grade level. If you're watching this YouTube show, like, you need to have your kids above grade level at all the things. How do I feel about this dog eat dog meritocracy? Says Danny Ferguson. I'm of a few minds, right? If the alternative is idleness, I don't mind the dog eat dog meritocracy. I think everyone should be guaranteed a job. What I want is parents right now, as it stands, parents are incentivized to be confused about the job. They're incentivized by a quality of capitalist market-based society that says the most important thing that you could do is earn money. And I'm telling you that the most important thing you could do is spend time with intention with your family. Like, with intention, with a plan, not idle time where you just sit around and have experiences and go on vacations. No, you need to carve out workout time with your family. And the workout can look like a lot of things, but it needs to be working towards, giving them a quality of character and mind that produce. Do I believe an average child is a mediocre child? I believe so. Mediocre is weird and average is weird because there are so many different kinds of things that need to be done in America that you could be average at this, but excel at this as long as you were trained in how to do this. Now, a lot of people are bad at everything. Make no mistake. So TJ with an AK says, do I believe an average child is a mediocre child? I think most parents are bad parents. And I think a lot of black parents are bad parents. Not because they are.
Portia, yeah, I'm glad to have you in the back, but don't overdo it. And pretty much after this video is over, I'm gonna wrap it up. Probably gone on too long, but people's bruised feelings will be okay. And sorry, I'm in the kitchen. Hear my microwave beep. But yep. Once this video is over, and let's see how much we got left. A while. And I'm very much disagreeing on the vehemence of Irony right now. He needs to relax. Kids aren't going to remember that you wanted them to be law professors when they're 10. I think he's being a little too vehement, is the word I used. Overbearing might be the other. Hopefully, he's being hyperbolic.
Intentionally bad parents, but because like I said, Jim Crow to market liberalism. For a while, you just couldn't have a plan for a black child that actually would come to fruition. And then on top of that, once the once after the civil rights movement and market liberalism kind of moved in, we just incentivized that. It's a quality of liberalism and commercialism that incentivized either one, going out and making money and hope institutions raise your kid, or we just broke up so many families that black kids are bringing knives to a gunfight, right? Because it's not just that you need two parents for a few different reasons, but when discipline and hard life is kind of gendered in America to men, and all of these boys and girls are raised by women, you're just raising a whole bunch of soft, confused people. And I've told you before that I do not think women are actually the best parents in modern America. I think the best parents in modern America are fathers. And that's cultural, not biological. It's cultural. And I also wouldn't be surprised if the best workers, corporate drones in modern America might actually be women. So there's a culture shift that happened with modernity, especially late modernity, where corporations are big, so you don't need to actually be an entrepreneurial or anything, that actually the best fit for corporate America might be, the ladies, the way we rear ladies, and the best fit for actually the discipline and the rigor that goes into parenting well might actually be fathers. And so the plot against black men, standing up on 10 toes being fathers, is actually really pernicious, because revolutionary parenting is just that. And without that, you're just leaving these kids on their own. You're leaving these kids on their own, hoping that nature, or they'll just kind of figure it out. No, you're setting them up for failure and confusion in a way that my kids will never be set up for failure and confusion. They know that everything that they do is a group effort. And they have full access for the rest of their life to my mind and my wallet, but mostly my mind, I think, is the most important thing for them to help problem solve any real issue. And they will have real issues, and that they're not supposed to do it by themselves. They're not supposed to do it by themselves. This idea that kids are supposed to do it by themselves is liberal nonsense. And the fact that they don't do it by themselves, and the fact that they don't do it by themselves and then have to go in competition with people who do it by themselves, it just puts the people who come from degraded families at such a market disadvantage that it's not even funny. And I'm not just talking about materially. I'm talking about culturally. You had a cultural disadvantage because you just don't have a quality insight. You don't have 10 years of training. By the time my kids go to college, they've been pre-law since they were 7 years old. Other kids are not in that game. Why are they? Pedro Albuquerque says, why are they so good in corporate jobs? Yeah, because why? And I think the they is a women. I think because they like money and they do what they're told. I think women like money more than men, and they do what they're told. And the risk tolerance isn't cultivated as high. And so if you're a corporate drone, that's what you want in a corporate drone. All these HR managers who are ladies, and gay guys, they're a really good fit. If you want dirty work done in corporate America, get a lady to do it. Get a lady, it'll go down easier, and then they won't really blanch at doing it. Especially if you can divide it up and the kind of administrative work. Now, I'm kind of talking just of what I've seen from afar. What I see in, say, universities at the top, at the tippy top, all the people at the tippy top, they're going to be men. And then the facilities, plant managers, those guys are going to be men. But then there's a huge mantle of women who actually run the university, all the administrative assistants and assistant to all the things. Universities run through women. And by the numbers. So I don't know. You just got to think about, and I think that's university. I think that's some aspects of larger corporate America too, because they do what they're told, because they shut up and do what they're told, and they're pretty. So you get pretty women who are smart and good at doing what they're told. Yeah, why not hire them? I would hire them over me too. I'm mouthy and you got to look at me. No. Just hire a pretty girl who's going to do what she's told. And I can't be that mad when you hire them. I can't. So, yeah, Dion and LeVar just being emblems of a quality of Black fatherhood we need to see. I mean, the fact that they tell their adult sons what to do is perfectly appropriate. You're discussing the concerted, cultivated parenting style as espoused by University of Pennsylvania professor Annette Lareau. Okay, I don't actually know Annette Lareau. I know functional parents. Now, people will call you a helicopter parent. People will call you an oppressive parent and all of that stuff. Yeah, people are gonna have all sorts of names for you. For their child being crappy and their child being like ridiculous. They're going to have all sorts of names for you, but you just stay the course and keep parenting like it's the most important job of your life. Because whatever job you're doing out there in civil society, they don't care about you. You'll be replaceable. They don't remember you.
What up, nigga?
What's up, tough guy?
The fuck is happening, man? Where the fuck you been at?
Here.
I see that. I just found out T hooked me up.
Well, we got a little bit struck, but we'll be back Friday. And as it turned out, I actually have a channel. So, I've been moonlighting.
Yeah, that's good though. I think you needed your own channel though.
I don't know about that. I like the urban landlord.
Yeah, but I
Most.
mean, you're you, nigga. Like, you know.
Yeah, I am me, and I get to do.
Everybody usually goes over there to see you. Everybody asks about you. So,
Oh, that's funny.
So you got your own shit now. So
No, I'm going back. It's just like I said, moonlighting.
But you still got to go live over here though too sometimes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can do. There'll be. I think what I'll do is just like the history stuff, the stuff I want to do, and then. But no, John, the whole channel, Portia HB Crack, we get along, and yeah, I'm a little bit different politically, but
I was about to say, on here, on your channel, we could talk about pimping all day. Ain't got nobody hating on me.
Well, that is true.
Yeah,
you know what? How much time you got? We can do.
I'm up tonight, nigga. Oh, we can go all night, nigga.
All right. Well, we won't go all night, but I got a little time.
I'm all about the game, nigga. I talk about the game all day, nigga.
Well, give me a second. I want to finish this video because I've been.
You love this guy. Every time I see you,
I don't love him, but I tend to agree with a lot of his points. Not agreeing with him a lot tonight, but that's part of the deal. You can't. I think.
Why do you think you agree with him? Let's say 85%
Well, I tend to agree with him because at a high level, he tends to think like he wants to think. He's not that enamored with how other people think. He's not that scared to differ. He is very family oriented, but tonight I'm thinking, yeah, you might be overdoing it a bit. But one thing that up till now, when I'm thinking he overdoes it, he's not. Sometimes you got to raise your kids. You got to raise them to what you think, not so much what other people think. How stuff should
I
be
mean, yeah, I
done.
mean, you have that right as a parent.
Well, it's not so much of a right as much as you got to do what is right. And
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess everybody has their own perception of
well,
what
every
is
every
right.
parent has their idea of what their child should be.
Yeah, because I mean, if they Amish, they're gonna teach them how to be Amish. If they Catholic, they're gonna teach them
Exactly.
how to be Catholic. If they some
Yes.
weirdos, they're gonna teach them some weirdo shit. You know what I mean?
And winner take all, winner lose all, winner or not.
Winner,
So
winner, chicken dinner.
hell, unless you raise your kid not to be raise your kid to be a vegetarian. So,
But I mean, the
well,
thing
that's a
is, they'll
joke.
have
That's
that
a
type of
joke.
ideology in their head or whatever they know that they only know what they're being
But
taught.
the weird thing is, at the same time, you also have to raise a child to think for themselves. You know, there are things that I didn't parent exactly the way my parents would have parented. However, I didn't deviate, horribly far. So, parents are out of me in this video kind of says, well, he's already decided his kid's career. He's going to raise them to do this. I thoroughly disagree with that. You don't raise your children to be, in his case, a law professor. It's a good life. He admires law professors. I want my kids to be law professors. Believe me, if you're raising, and I understand why he's making this point, but he's not a law professor. So I can go back to a show and basically call him full of shit. So anyway, you raise your kids to
Yeah.
just be smart. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, the thing about whatever you teach your kids, it usually gets internalized and it never usually leaves them. They usually go off and do their own
True.
thing or whatever, but as far as whatever you teach them when they were small and young, it's always going to be instilled in them. That's all they know.
That's actually a good point. My parents were like, have common sense. Where's your common sense?
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, we used to have pride in your last name. You know what I mean? Like, your last name was like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because my grandma
But
was like,
back
I
then it
remember I had
was,
some wrinkled pants
kind of
on
like the
one time.
family business.
And I was outside with some wrinkled pants. She said, boy, you ain't a part of this family. If you ever got some pants on like that, you better iron the pants. And I always took pride in how I dressed and presented myself after that,
Oh, I
I
get you.
had a cousin. I don't know if you remember wood shop back in the day at school. They used to have wood shop, and
Oh, yeah.
he did our last name, and he was like, this is what we are. It was just like a sense of pride with that. It just seems
Hmm.
like a lot of that is lost.
It is, but you have to balance that with, we aren't doomed or lucky enough, depending on your perspective, to do exactly what our parents did.
Well, that's the whole thing is if you follow tradition, and you most likely you'll have kind of the same sentiments, but
Well, follow tradition, but don't be chained to it. Which goes back to a point that I was thinking about earlier with Mr. Be Brave.
well, I think it's just about making it yours. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
you can, it's just gonna be your version no matter what.
Right.
3 people can read one thing and have their own version of it.
True.
Yeah.
So what's
That's
been
all
going
I
on
got.
with you? I've seen you over at Tees. I've been in the audience and all that stuff.
Yeah. T, that's my homie. I've been going on her channel since after.
Well, she's my homie too. She's a great woman.
Yeah, she's a real one. Like I could be myself. You know how I talk to you? I mean, she don't agree with the pimping shit or whatever, but she just let me go,
Right.
And she know that I'm
Well,
hella
I
ghetto,
don't
so
either.
right.
But
I get I mean,
well, no,
I'm not
not.
saying
I
that you
mean,
do
a
agree
lot
with
of
it, but
things you say,
y'all let me
there
be
always
me.
are gonna be, things you don't particularly agree with, but the overall blueprint. You have to forgive me. I'm chewing and I'm half drunk. Dude, I made a pot of grits,
Grits.
made some buttermilk biscuits.
She was fire.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so far.
that's what's up. Your son left already?
Oh yeah, he's been gone for 2 weeks.
How's it feel without him?
You know what? The first time back in August, it was like, hey, this is cool. Um, After Christmas, I actually miss him.
Yeah,
So, but he's
because you
fine.
got used to having him around.
Well, we spent 2 weeks in Savannah, and um, he's a good kid, and you want to know the best critic? It's your child.
Oh yeah.
They tend to see you for who you are, for better or for worse. So he. The good thing about him is he is actually funny. He's impressive. So give me 1 second here.
Yeah.
Man, it is like 19 degrees here, and I'm having to deal with cold as well.
Oh yeah, it's chilly outside here. It ain't like no 19 degrees, but it's chilly.
Well, we
It's
don't get
probably
a lot
around
of
40.
19-degree
It's probably
days in
around
Georgia.
40, 39, 40. That's cold here. 40 degrees.
They were thinking about snow. I don't think we're gonna get snow, but
In San Diego, 40 degrees is like, oh hell no.
well, y'all got some fires there, right?
Yeah, in San Diego there was a couple.
Did they
Yeah,
get
here
them
and there.
controlled or what?
I think yeah. I think they're more controlled down here. And I think somebody's also setting those motherfuckers too, though, because
Huh.
of the way that they are and where they are and all that shit. It just seemed like somebody doing that shit on purpose. Or it might be the wind, because it was very, very fucking windy. Very fucking windy the other day. I don't know if it was this morning, yesterday. It was real
Hmm.
windy, and then today it looked like earlier in the day. I was like, damn, it is a little windy outside. Yeah, like you know how hurricanes be blowing?
Yeah, I've
It
been
was
through a
kind of like
couple.
that. It was kind of like that. Like the shit was a little aggressive. I was like, shit.
An
Yeah,
aggressive wind.
so I think that's what it is. It's the winds that pick up.
Were there Santa Ana or something like that?
Santa Ana winds. That's what they're called. Yeah. Yeah. So that's how it goes. I don't know, Stanley. Shit, if you in Georgia, that's where you live at.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
Not
about
too far outside of Atlanta.
leaving this motherfucker, man.
Well, I thought you were going back to Kansas City.
Nah, I mean,
What?
Kansas City, I just don't like cold, man.
Well, apparently it gets
seasons
cold here
change
too.
everywhere though, so I mean it's gonna get cold no matter what. But I mean, how cold you want to be is a whole nother thing. Because
Well,
you
I
think
mean,
about like
there is
Midwest or
winter.
Chicago, like that shit is cold because
Yeah,
it's
that's crazy cold.
right. So like if you in New York, Buffalo, Kansas City, like it's just certain places it's just cold as a motherfucker.
Right.
Philly, those is all cold as a motherfuckers. I'm good on that.
What are you thinking about Arizona?
I used to live there.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. It's a bitches out there, man. I tell you that. That's where I had the most fun, as far as like being 20s and women, and yeah, I worked at Walmart, and let's just say everybody goes to Walmart, man. Every type of woman, every type of woman be at Walmart.
Yeah, but
You could find a ghetto bitch, a classy bitch, a fat bitch, a skinny bitch, a tall bitch, a short bitch. You could find a motherfucking midget at Walmart, nigga. You
it
could
was a cornucopia.
yeah, it's Walmart, nigga. Everybody gotta go to Walmart, nigga. Think about it, nigga. Everybody done been to Walmart, nigga. I don't give a fuck who you are, nigga. Your ass done been to Walmart, nigga. Unless you bougie and you took your ass to Target.
Well, see, I think Target isn't
It's
as
bougie.
good as Walmart.
Well, the thing is,
Well, it's
they
bougie,
have more
but
shit.
it's
Like Walmart
pretend
has every
bougie.
fucking thing. You stop at Walmart, nigga, you gonna end up buying. So let's say you need some batteries, right? And you go on Walmart and you see the batteries, right? But they always got like some shit right next to the batteries or in its vicinity that you need. Like, damn, I forgot I need some toilet paper. I might as well go ahead and get this air freshener. Oh, damn, I need some shampoo too. Like, nigga, you just gonna end up buying shit, nigga, because it's there. So, I don't know. Walmart.
Well, yeah, but if you need it, it's okay to buy it, right? It's okay to buy something you need.
Whoop-de-wop Academy. This nigga stupid. Everybody be taking my words, man. They be liking that whoop-de-wop though. That whoop-de-wop is like a aphrodisiac.
Well, don't say aphrodisiac.
I don't know what it is. I don't even know what is the aphrodisiac.
It's basically a love potion. It makes you
I guess it
horny.
could be because everybody loves the word. Every time I say it, motherfuckers like the whoop-de-wop, I made a song called the whoop-de-wop.
Especially them black mantas.
Yep. So, but yeah, man. You remember that corporate job I had, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got fired.
What?
Yeah,
Why?
man. Because I asked for more money. They hired somebody above me, and they wanted me to train them. So I asked them to pay me, and he'd rather let me
Oh.
go. And the whole thing is, I was running that shit for months, so I really don't understand. I was just confused, but I'm black, so I didn't know what else to think, and I was trying not to think that what it was. But a white man hired me, and a white man took the job that I wanted. So I don't know. That's what I get for trying to do things right and have a job. So then I go back to the game, and then I'm just a criminal. You know what I'm saying? See what I mean, man? I really, really tried though. I like busted my ass though, Stanley. That's why I'm confused.
Well, it happens.
Yeah, but that hurt me, dog. That hurt my feelings more than anything. And it was like consistent though, like for sure you about to get this. You feel me? So it's not like you gotta hustle, and sometimes it's good, sometimes you gotta wait, sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's hella good, sometimes it's scarce. It's like ups and downs with hustling, But you don't know nothing about that, Stanley. You always was like
Well,
a
I don't know. I've had to hustle.
innocent individual.
Yeah, y'all think that, but the bottom line is I've been around the block a couple times.
Okay, so you know what I mean then.
Yeah, corporate job. It could just be politics.
I think that may have something to do with it, but my black ass don't fit in those politics. So, but I thought that, based off the merit, based off of coming in every day on time, showing up every day, even coming in when, a nigga don't feel like it, I thought that type of shit matters.
Well, the
When,
bottom
like
line,
consistency
talking
and being
about
on time and
merit and meritocracy, it is more. It's kind of like the American dream. Um, it's a theory, it's a
not
concept,
respected. I'll tell you that much.
but it does not. It's not a concrete,
It should be though.
object. Should be, but it will not be.
Why is that, Stanley? Why do you think so? Talk to me, G.
Well,
Tell me why you think it won't be, or if it should, it's not. Why?
it's not because there are too many shortcuts to get. If your father owns a business, you inherit the business as a child. That's not
Right.
meritocracy.
Well, it is because your father put
No,
in the
actually,
work,
it's not.
and it's just passed down. So,
That's not meritocracy. Passed down is not
well, it's
necessarily earning it.
nepotism.
Well, nepotism, sure.
Okay, so
But
what is the foundation
hold
of
on
nepotism?
before you scramble off.
Okay, what?
Nepotism is not meritocracy.
Yes, somebody had gained some type of merit for you to
Okay, well,
actually
it's
have
passed
access
down
or gain access
Let me
to
ask
that
you a
as a
question.
child,
If
if you're a child.
passing down a meritocracy, if you built a business
No, but
through a
that's what it's built on.
meritocracy,
It's
hold
not that you
on,
have it
you're
per
over
se.
talking. Passing down your meritocratic like business, you built it. Passing it down is not meritocracy.
No, but that's what it was built on.
Okay, my
You understand what
point.
I'm trying to say? Like that's the
I
foundation
understand
of it.
what you're trying to say. A business built on meritocracy passed down isn't meritocracy.
See,
It's
but
passed
no, the
down.
Meritas, the whatever word you're trying to use, would be more relevant to an individual that it gets passed down to and they maintain it, or they
Tough
enhance
guy.
it, or they enhance it.
You're avoiding my point.
What do you think I'm trying to say, or what do you say? What do you think I'm
I
trying to
think
convey?
you're avoiding that, a chicken who lays an egg, the egg is not a chicken. You can hatch it, it will become a chicken, but it's not a chicken. Do you get my point?
I mean, but eventually it
A
is.
chicken
So
laying an
technically,
egg, chickens don't lay chickens, they lay eggs. Eggs can become chickens, or they can become scrambled eggs.
Stanley, do you
That's what I'm
think roosters
trying.
make eggs?
Hold on. You know what?
Do you think
12th man,
roosters lay eggs?
12th man, I think you're a rooster, and I think you lay eggs.
what
Bottom
up, 12th
line,
man?
by the point I'm
What's
trying to
up,
make,
tough guy?
is passed down meritocracy is an egg. It can develop into a chicken, but it doesn't have to.
But
And
do
it's not,
roosters lay eggs?
motherfucker, I literally just answered your question.
Motherfucker.
Now, 12th man, do you really want to do this chicken and egg thing?
No, he don't.
Do roosters make hens lay eggs?
You know what? You're neither. You're not a rooster. You're not a hen. You're a 12th man.
And you know that hens don't need roosters to lay eggs, right?
You do know that eggs have to be fertilized to hatch chickens, right?
Yeah. Well, at least we got our biology straight.
You're not teaching me biology, 12th man.
Well, I just wanted to know if you knew what I knew.
I don't give a fuck what you think you need to know what I know. I know more than you. Now dispute that.
Well, you're about 6 years older, so I'd
You know
expect
what?
that.
It does not mean anything if I'm older. The question, which you seem expert at avoiding, do I know more than you, 12th man? Hello?
Well, I think you've seen quite a bit more than me. I don't know how much
Well,
you learned off of it, though.
if I've seen more, then let's assume I know more. And you know what? That you don't know what I know
Well,
doesn't mean that.
maybe you
No,
haven't, though.
you are just going to keep interrupting. Even if I've seen more, you assuming
Yes.
or asking, you asking the question, I don't give a shit. I know more than you.
I
Period.
think I've seen more of the United States than you have.
I don't think your thoughts are worth me thinking about.
Have you ever been to Grand
I do
Canyon?
not give no. What you don't understand
See,
is
thank you.
the thank
You ever
you
been
is
to
I don't.
Colorado?
12th man. Do you think I give a shit? Let's start there. Maybe it'll be simple enough for you to actually understand. What you think of me, I don't give a shit about.
Yeah, vice versa.
Then
Welcome to the
that's fair.
club, Stanley.
We are good then. So can we move on now, 12th man?
Hell no, hell no.
You don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It's a Mexican standoff. Let's move on.
Mexican standoff. That's funny.
Well, it's an old-fashioned term.
What does that
Did
mean,
you
though?
know? Do you know what a Mexican standoff is, 12th man?
No.
Well,
Although
then
I'm
I
not
know
12th
more
man.
than 12 man.
I
Even
know
if
you.
it's only one thing.
What does it mean?
It's basically eye to eye. You got a gun, I got a gun.
Oh.
One
So
of
a
us
I'm
is gonna
from
die.
I'm from
So
It
Texas.
might be
What the
why is
fuck
it
do you
Mexican?
think?
Why isn't it just a standoff?
you're from where?
I'm from
Texas.
Texas. You don't think I know what a Mexican standoff is?
I don't think you're from Texas.
Well, my birth certificate says that
Motherfucker, I
you're
don't give a
liars.
shit. See, this is the huge problem you and Be Brave don't understand. I don't give a shit.
Well, see,
You're
when
here
you're proven
now.
wrong, you just say, I don't give a
You
shit.
have proved nothing. The only thing you've proved is in your head.
Oh, not. What do you want? My mother's maiden
I
name?
don't want anything. I don't want anything.
I have to prove to you that I was born
Oh
in
my God, this dumb motherfucker does not understand my
motherfucker.
point. 12th man.
I don't think I have to prove to you where I was born, motherfucker.
No, we have nothing to prove to each other. Of course.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Keep thanking me for that, whatever I did for you to thank. So
Well,
we
you
can move on.
admitted you were.
No, motherfucker.
Well,
In your head. You think I admitted
in
it?
your head. In your head. In your head. In your head.
You give head?
He
In
thinks
your
he does.
head. In your head.
In your head is my head.
In your head. In your head.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
dead now. God
this
bless
is
her.
going to become very crazy.
How come I know that song? How come I know that song? Who sings that?
What's her name again?
In your head, in your head,
Sinead O'Connor.
in
No,
your
that's not it.
head.
Yes, actually it is. Google it, bitch. I know more than you know.
Well, it's not the one that made it popular. It was
No,
the
sir.
little skinny
Google it.
girl.
You know what? I am simply not going to get into like a brain fight with you. I know more, 12th man.
But 12th man won't cry though because
I don't give a fuck whether he cries or not.
he's drunk. So
That's what
he
people
doesn't have any
simply do.
feelings.
Y'all think I'm not John Galt. I
12th
don't
man, you
care.
don't have any feelings, right?
Of course I do. I cried for about 10 minutes when I heard my dad died, but I couldn't cry any longer than that. It just wasn't in me. 'Cause
Okay,
life still
well,
moves on.
now we know that.
And then, so me and my sister hasn't been talking for some years, Stanley. So now all of a sudden we're friends again.
Well,
I'm
that's a
friends
good thing.
with my sister again, and
Sounds
She
like a
older,
good
we're
thing.
she older or younger?
She's younger.
She got kids?
Oh yeah, she had one or two by an illegal immigrant. And
So you
one
got
went on to serve in the Marines for 4 or 6 years.
So you got
Then he
nephews.
got out. He's a very smart kid.
So you got a nephew and a niece, or just
Yeah, and grandnieces and all that shit. Grandnieces, grandnephews. I have a great so many miles away from them, which tends to be a problem, I guess. But
now you got that damn song stuck in my head, 12 man. Fuck.
And like, I'm
fault.
trying to come up with some money, but right now I don't have the money to just lie down there or whatever. You know, I'm far from rich.
Well,
I do have a little bit saved, but
sell 5
that's
acres.
It's like my retirement. Like,
why don't you just sell 5 acres?
Well, it's not as easy as that. You have to get with the assessing department, and then they have to cut it up into a plat so that you're even allowed to sell it like that.
You better get to assessing. Even if it's 3 acres,
I don't think it's that easy.
You can get some good money off of that.
You have to get a whole nother survey, even though the land has been surveyed twice. They require another survey to, I guess, just make sure the land hasn't moved around or something. I don't know why in the fuck they do that for, tough guys. So then I have to put another $1,500 to $2,000 up front just to get it platted out. And I'm like, fuck that shit. You know what I mean?
I hear
But what I figured I would do is just will the property to my sister and my mama, and if something happens to me and I die, then they can sort it out, because men tend to die young in our family. So I don't know why that is or whatever.
Men tend to die quicker anyway. In
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So it's good for men to make out their will in ahead of advance, because, you know, just decide who you want to leave to, whoever you're going to leave it to. And then when you die, let them deal with it, right? If they want to fight and argue over it or whatever, then you don't have to worry about that, because you'll already be in heaven or dead or whatever.
So it's never occurred to you as a man to solve problems before they occur?
Well, that's what a will is about, isn't it, Stanley? What
Yes.
your living
And
will is.
your comment about let them sort it out doesn't sound like what a man would do.
Well, anytime money is involved, someone's probably going to fight and argue over it, Stanley.
And I tend to disagree with him.
Okay. Well, whatever.
That's what a will is for, too, to make it clear who gets what. You solve
I'm
the
just
problem.
gonna leave
You
it to the
solve,
women.
and you know what? I'm going to use a word, declasse. I'll leave it up to you to figure out what it means.
What is that? No, if you're gonna say something, you gotta say
No,
what it
I
means.
don't have to do shit. I use a word. You got Google.
So do you. So I basically gonna go out tomorrow and swear out a will and just leave it to my mom and my sister. And I'm sure they're not going to fight over anything. I'll just leave my property to my sister when I die. That's that.
Just do it, split it up. Just split it up 50-50. That way they can't fight.
Oh, they're not going to
Yeah,
fight.
I was thinking about solve the problem with the will, but that seems beyond capability of a man who leaves a will. Wills are basically kind of like throwing dice. Whoever wins, wins. Write a will that is basically what Game of Thrones. I've never seen Game of Thrones, but it sounds like, people fight over shit.
Well,
And
I also
I know that's what you want to do. You want it to be a Game of Thrones.
thought about just leaving it to the homeless shelter here, and then if something happens to me, then the homeless shelter gets it, and they will hopefully only allow like people really trying to get on their feet to live here. You know what I mean, Stanley? Like,
What if they
I've
decide
been
to sell it?
well, that's fine too, I guess.
Gotcha.
I'll be
Okay.
dead. I'll be in heaven. I don't care by then.
hmm Okay. Sounds like you thought ahead.
Maybe I'll be looking down on them from heaven, but like if if I did leave it to my sister and my mom, then like I gotta respect whatever they decide to do with it. You know?
Yeah. Let them make the decision.
Yeah. Well, I won't be a part of the decision anyway, since I'll be dead.
Gotcha.
I'd just like to get my sister out of Arkansas and let her go see some wild salmon and bears and moose, stuff like that.
Gotcha.
You know?
So where do we go from here, gentlemen? I say let's end this stream.
That's all right. Maybe T will be coming on later. Or something. I was asking you over there last night. Are you not streamed or subscribed to T's channel?
Well, I'm subscribed. I don't stream over there.
Yeah. Well, go on panel or whatever over there.
I've never been on her panel. I almost came up the other night, but
It's actually kind
actually,
of fun.
I guess it was last night. But I was in bed reading a book, and
What was
you
you reading, Stanley?
um, Paul Lawrence Dunbar, believe it or not.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're a lot more library smart than I am, Stanley.
You'd be surprised what motherfuckers forget is I was in the Navy and I've been in corporate America. It's what is dangerous is knowing books and how to solve problems in the real world. And I know how to do both. That's why I talk shit, because I know what I know.
Well, a death in the family surely makes you think about things too, and about how you
They
should
do.
move forward from there.
Absolutely.
Nigga, I done fell
Like,
asleep. I'm about to go to bed, nigga.
Yep, I do too.
Nigga, I just fell
what?
asleep. I'm old. How the fuck did I just fall asleep like that, man? What the
What,
fuck?
you're old too?
Nigga, I can't believe I just did that, nigga. Like, what the fuck? I dozed off, nigga. I did one of them old man nods, nigga.
That's
Oh
right.
wait, you're over 40, right?
I am 40. I am 40.
Okay, well, welcome to
How's
old
your
age, son.
How's your
Yeah,
daughter doing, tough guy?
she doing good, man. Doing real
Right
good, man.
on.
I'm proud of that little girl doing her
All
thing in
safe
school.
and
Got her.
everything.
Yeah. Why wouldn't she be?
Where else would she be?
What the hell? What the hell are you? What are you talking about, 12 man?
Well, I just worry about young people today. My apologies.
Motherfucker, she's got a parent. leave the worrying to her father.
Well, I
I'm
mean, in
guessing
I
general
can't.
sense.
I
Mr.
can't.
Tough
I
Guy.
can't watch her every 24 hours either, though. She got to make her own decisions in life. You know, you can't coddle your children. Like, nigga, that's not how I learned. Nigga, I was like 15 years old out in the world, nigga. I swore I was like 18 when I was 15. That's what I used to tell people. I was 18 when I was 15. I was doing the most. But I was out living, and that's how I learned my lesson, you know. But I was also a boy. So, you know, boys are just a little bit different, you know.
Yeah.
But
More protective and shit like that. Okay.
She's just she's got a lot of like school activities and cheering, and you know,
All right.
she busy, man. Busy as her dad. You know, she's doing a whole bunch of shit. So
you're working your ass off and she's working her ass off in high school. That's pretty cool, bro.
Yeah, therefore you should not worry. 12th man.
Well, I was talking about young people in general. Once you see a lot of
And
this.
you know what? That's even worse. What are you, Santa Claus? You're gonna bring
I can be.
every
You want
young
me to
person
be
on
Santa
earth.
Claus?
No, I do not want you to be. You're perfectly not capable. What I'm saying is, unless you're
Who's
bringing
capable of being Santa Claus?
yeah,
You?
you know what? You've already ruined my joke. So you
Are you Santa Claus, Timon?
You ponder the I'm not
The
Santa
Black
Claus
Santa
part.
Claus?
Yeah, you of course will bring race into it.
Well, everyone knows Santa Claus is white.
I just motherfucking said Santa Claus. You want to bring race into the clause. So I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna let
That
it
was
sit.
pretty creative, Stanley. Like bring it
You
into the
be
clause. That's pretty
you would
cool.
be surprised at how creative I can
I
be.
see how you did that.
Yeah, wasn't hard.
Well, I think American men should be focused on like leaving something for their youngers, you know, even
that's
if
what it
that
says in the
means
Bible. It
pay
says in
a
the Bible
house off
to leave
and leave it
inheritance
to
I
for
think
your
them.
children.
sometimes
That
we
way
I
they
think
have a
sometimes we think about other people and what other people should be doing so much that we forget what we should
About
be doing.
doing what we supposed to do. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
What are you leaving behind, Stanley? How much?
I have no idea. I'll let you know if it ever becomes your business.
Well, you got about 10, 20 more
Motherfucker,
years to
I'm
go.
literally telling you it's none of your business. And
All
you can't
right.
seem to figure that part out.
Well, you got about 10, 20, maybe 30
You
years
are
left.
just going to keep on this time. It will be enough.
My dad lived till 68, but sometimes I wonder if I'll make it to 58, Stanley.
You know, I think you will make it past 58.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. So anyway,
And
I think this
I
this
hope you
cast
live
is time.
long and prosper too, Stanley. I
I'm gonna
really
try.
do. Even though you give me a lot of shit,
Oh,
you know.
you aren't the only one, so don't feel that you're my special pick on. I do it to everyone.
I don't get near the amount of picking on as Be Brave does.
Yeah, well, be brave. Be brave brings a lot of it upon himself.
Yeah.
If
I
you're gonna
never
fuck with
followed
him,
him or subscribed. Like
you ought to.
when it,
I think you and he would probably get along.
oh no,
You were two peas in a pod.
oh come on, Stanley. You know
You'd be
I'm nicer
surprised.
than that. You know
You're
I'm
what?
nicer than that, Stanley. So don't say that.
Nicer?
Yeah, I'm nicer than that.
No, be brave's perfectly fine. He and I align on a few things, so you know.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with black people, and he does. So I
You
don't like
don't
you.
know that.
I don't
I
like
think
you.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You have a
I don't
problem with
like you
black,
lumping me in with him because
and you know
I don't
what?
mind black
You don't
neighbors.
have to
Like,
like it. It's what I think. You don't get to control that.
no, it's not. I don't believe that, Stanley. You're too nice of a guy for that.
Oh, nice has nothing to do with categorization. You are who you are.
Yeah, but I live in a mixed town and everything, so I had to deal with all kind of races. Like,
And you
I
know
don't
what?
think like that.
Be Brave lived in the ghetto,
No, he
according
lives
to
in a
him.
white town.
No, he said he grew up in the ghetto.
I don't believe that.
You know what? I don't really care whether he did. I have to take him at his word. So he knows as much about black people
I
as you
can
do.
tell a hood motherfucker when I meet one, and
And
he's not one of them.
I bet if y'all got to talking, you'd have a lot in common.
Other than being white.
Oh no, it's deeper than that.
How deep?
Not the content. It's it's the content of your character, not the color of your skin.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, I'm gonna have to end it because I am getting tired.
Me too,
It
my nigga.
is
All
almost
right,
2
y'all.
o'clock.
Tomorrow's
So
a new
man,
day.
I'm gonna try and do this around 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, AM or PM?
PM,
PM. I'm sorry. 8
Oh,
in the evening. Seems to be a sweet spot for now. You know, once we come back on Friday, I'll go back to the overnights. But
You gonna get your rest
was
up?
that you, Tough Guy?
I said you gonna get your rest up.
Yeah, I've been doing it. Man, this cold is kicking my ass. It's it's 17 degrees outside in
Yeah,
Georgia.
yeah, it's a
It's
little
like
chilly.
40 degrees in Alaska, Stanley. It's crazy fucking weather. I was thinking
Yeah.
all that hot air from Southern California is coming up here because everyone knows heat rises, right? So is
Yeah,
that what?
it rises and goes north.
Yeah.
So
We handle it though. We
I
need more
am
snow, Stanley. We need another good Arctic blast to keep the forest fires out of Alaska for this upcoming summer.
right.
Yeah.
Well, pray for it. You're being Nehemiah.
Well, it is what it is, but I plan on cutting hundreds of more trees this spring, just in case it does happen, and at least it's all laying on the ground instead of rising and throwing sparks everywhere. And then I got my fireman's water hose connected to my well if I
Gotcha.
need to, so I can spray that shit off.
Yep.
And pull water out of the ground and spray that shit off. We ain't got no shortage of water here. Up in here, yeah, I got all the water I want. I own my own water well, like thousands and thousands of gallons of water. Even though snow helps too, the seeping down in the ground and everything, but yeah, I got a lot of water here, and it becomes a problem. And usually I do. I'll just turn my generator on for a couple of hours, connected to my water well, and then I'll just spray the whole area for a while, keep it wet, just in case something stupid happens.
Right. Well, folks, please everyone in the chat, hit the like on your way out. Um, totally enjoyed it. It was so good to see Portia tonight.
Yeah, it was.
She's you know, she'll be back with us on Friday, hopefully. Um, John Galt, in the Urban Landlord, will be back on Friday.
How did y'all
And
get strike? What do you think y'all got strike for?
I
Stanley was
know
showing
exactly.
a
It was
porn video. Was you showing a porn video, Stanley?
no. You know what? I haven't seen anything porn in like 30 years. I think if you get all hot and bothered over porn, you need to go out and get the real thing. It's silly to come on a picture. So,
Well,
folks, and
what video was you playing that got
A
you
lot of
struck, Stanley?
Stanley porn is like VR. It's like a virtual reality. It's just not.
I'm kind of prurient, I guess is the word. I'd rather not get all hot and bothered over something I can't actually touch and, you know, be with.
Yeah.
So, everybody in the chat, hit the like on your way out. Subscribe
I
and
hit it on the way in.
And hit the like button, motherfucker.
subscribe and share. If you're new
And
to
hit
the
the like
channel,
button, motherfucker.
I'm gonna try probably to be on 8 o'clock seems to work. For tomorrow night, maybe 8:30 to 9. I had a bunch of
And hit the
fun.
like button. And hit the like button,
And Tough
motherfucker.
Guy, you need to come back. I still have what is it, Iceberg Slim? I still have that video. We can do that tomorrow night.
Alright.
So
I'll holler at y'all tomorrow.
and the T is
Yeah, I
on
like when you
tonight.
do it early like that.
I will definitely be in the chat. She's awesome. So y'all have a good night.
Alright, Stan.
Take it easy.
Peace.
All right, love you, Stanley. I'll sign off. Have a good night, my friend. Take care,
You too.
sailor.